intercepted. We have the visuals of the moment when the Iranian defense system intercepted the drones that were sent in by Israel, which were launched over the Kermanshah region. Remember, in the last 7 days, there have been several attacks even on this region, Kermanshah, which is a very main locality as far as Iran is concerned. Now, in the visuals, you can see how Iran has intercepted the drones, the missiles that have been launched by Israel over this very crucial region. And ladies and gentlemen, as missile sirens continue to pierce the sky over Tel Aviv, civilian life in the city has turned upside down. Schools are shut, businesses are operating in crisis mode, and families are spending nights in bomb shelters. The once bustling streets of Israel, commercial capital, are now marked by fear, uncertainty, and a constant readiness for the next strike. We bring you this exclusive ground report showing how the residents that have fled the places that they call home, while the buildings in the once busy towns stand completely deserted. Have a look.
In Israel, in Tel Aviv, and you can see that now it is closed. Nobody can go inside. Here are the residents of this area, and they are trying to understand where should they go after they have been evacuated, because as you can see, everything is destroyed. You can see inside the buildings, this was an apartment of somebody. It is completely devastated. As the house, you can see here inside, the devastation is immersing. Everything is completely destroyed. Windows are broken, also some of the walls. All the stuff inside of the houses, apartments, also burned, destroyed. You can see how much of the destruction caused just one missile from Iran. And here usually used to live young people, Israelis that are coming from all around the country because they want to live in this amazing non-stop city of Tel Aviv, next to the beach. The beach is just a few minutes walk from here, the Mediterranean Sea, but now this site is completely destroyed. Nothing could survive this blast of Iranian ballistic missile. You can see the destruction, all of those buildings. In each of them there are many apartments, many people lived here, and everything is destroyed. You can see here there are balloons with gas that also could explode, and if it explodes, then the damage will be, of course, much higher. And the buildings here completely destroyed. You can see it yourself. And then now the municipality of Tel Aviv would need to destroy those buildings and build the new ones. And here I'm standing on the place where the ballistic missile from Iran actually hit. It hit now this parking lot, but the shock wave destroyed everything in a radius of hundreds of meters. You can see the impact of this blast. And if those kind of rockets hit the buildings themselves, then of course nothing can survive inside the building and not next to it. This is a residential area. There are no military targets here. There are nothing here except of people that are living here, their life, innocent people that have nothing to do with this conflict between Iran and Israel. Maybe the target of the rocket was this building, because inside at least used to be the consulate of the United States of America and some of the offices of the Embassy of America. And actually the impact of this blast also hit a little bit even the embassy, which is hundreds of meters from here, the main building of the embassy. and you can see the impact. It is just unbelievable. Now I'm standing on the floor, on the ground, under which used to be a construction of an underground metro station, and that's why Israeli security forces, rescue forces, told me that all of this place can collapse because of the impact of the blast. And this is just one neighborhood that was almost completely destroyed, and there are many more neighborhoods like this one, residential areas that also were the targets of the Iranian ballistic missiles, and in all of those places there are a lot of destruction. People are killed, injured, and all of their homes and stuff is lost, as you can see here behind me.
And with this, we're taking a very short break. Coming up on the other side, Air India has reduced the international service on wide-body aircraft by 15% for the next few weeks.
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ गुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबां में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबां केसरी।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
The Iran-Israel conflict has flared up in earnest. What we saw initially was the good cop, bad cop routine, in which the United States was playing the good cop by engaging Iran in talks, and all the while Israel was giving threats of taking military action, strong military action, to destroy the nascent Iranian nuclear capability. In fact, this good cop, bad cop routine was used to achieve surprise. Iran thought that one day before the talks were scheduled between America and Iran, Israel would not strike, but it did, and it caught a lot of the top Iranian military leadership together, huddled in conferences, etc., and was able to do a fair amount of damage. So far, what has the Israeli strategy been? The Israeli strategy has been to carry out a surgical strike against Iran's nuclear capability, nascent nuclear capability. To that extent, it has hit Natanz, the nuclear enrichment site. It has hit many weapon fabrication laboratories and other experimental laboratories close by around Tehran complex. It has also primarily hit at command and control targets. It has eliminated a large number of Iranian senior military officials, which include the head of
seen what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, urgency, courage and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning inside a working newsroom from day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Courses begin on June 30th. Apply now.
while I'm breaking, I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. We're a lot lined up for you in this bulletin. We'll talk about the Iran-Israel war, which is now entered the 7th day, and things are getting quite intense. Much more also being tracked here when it comes to national news. But as usual, the headlines first. Let's get started. Donald Trump meets Asim Munir in Washington, claims he was influential in stopping the India-Pakistan conflict. Iranian missile strikes Soroka Hospital in Beersheba in Israel, where IDF soldiers are undergoing treatment. 60 Israeli fighter jets strike 20 Iranian military and nuclear weapon sites across Tehran. Air India reduces its international services on wide-body aircraft by 15% for the next few weeks. Voting underway for by-polls to 5 assembly seats in 4 states: Kerala, Punjab, Gujarat and West Bengal. Results on June 23rd. Canada's intelligence agency CSIS confirms Khalistani extremism on its soil. Big breaking update coming in. Hyderabad Tirupati SpiceJet flight returned to Rajiv Gandhi International Airport on Thursday shortly after takeoff due to technical snags. The flight, which was scheduled to depart at 6:10 a.m., took off at 6:19 a.m. and was expected to reach Tirupati by 7:40 a.m. However, it turned out that there was some kind of an issue. It had to turn back after takeoff, and a statement from the airline is awaited on why it happened in the first place. Back-to-back updates coming in on Republic TV viewers. We're trying to get you more updates on the story. But this is SpiceJet aircraft operating the Hyderabad Tirupati flight experienced an intermittent illumination of the AFT baggage. I wanna go ahead because we're getting some more updates coming in. Let's go to the next breaking news. Indigo flight 6E2006 operating from Delhi to Leh on Wednesday had to return to Delhi due to a technical issue that imposed operational restrictions for landing in Leh. Following standard procedures, the pilot opted to return to the origin, and the aircraft is currently undergoing necessary maintenance. In the meantime, Indigo has arranged an alternative aircraft to transport passengers to their destination. That is right. Indigo has arranged an alternative aircraft to transport passengers to their destination. I want to go straight across to my colleague who's joining us right now. Once more, we have Madhurima joining us live from a Republic newsroom. Madhurima, there are 2 technical snags. One is the SpiceJet plane from Hyderabad to Tirupati flight experienced an intermittent illumination of the AFT baggage. It's a technical term there. And secondly, one more Indigo flight had to return to Delhi due to technical issues. Now the big question is, and we keep asking this every single day, why are these technical snags being found just when the plane is about to take off or takes off?
Absolutely, Shivangi, that's a pertinent question that you're asking, that why are these checks not done prior to passengers boarding flights. But yes, Indigo has released a statement where they have said that about their flight from Delhi to Leh, there was a technical issue which was caused because of operational restrictions to land in the region of Leh. As per the procedures, the pilot returned to the national capital. They have said in their press statement that the aircraft is undergoing necessary maintenance before resuming the operations, and like you pointed out, that meanwhile they have arranged for an alternative aircraft for their passengers. But if we talk about what happened with the SpiceJet flight as well, so they have highlighted the fact, like you pointed out, that an intermittent illumination issue of the AFT baggage door light after the takeoff. So they found out that there was an illumination deficiency over there of the aircraft, and that was found after the takeoff. And now the cabin pressurization remained normal throughout though, but as a precautionary measure they planned to cancel the flight. So yet again multiple technical snags that were initially limited mostly to Air India, now once again a case of Indigo Air flight, and now another one coming from SpiceJet.
That's right. That's right. I'm coming back to you, Madhurima. Hold on for a second. We're getting some breaking updates coming in. Air India has put a statement out announcing that enhanced safety inspections mandated with the DGCA have now completed on 26 out of 33 Boeing aircraft. That is right. Big update coming in right now, viewers, on Republic TV. And this is coming in as the airline has undertaken enhanced security checks on its Boeing 777 fleet as part of the ongoing safety measures. Very, very important update coming in, because it looks like there has been at least some, I repeat, some movement in terms of making sure that these planes are safe. Let's go back to my colleague who's joining us right now. We have with us Madhurima who's joining us. Madhurima, I'm coming back to you right now. You know, we cannot take back those lives which were lost in the Air India plane crash in Ahmedabad. Those lives will not return. But right now, the focus is on making sure that this incident is never repeated. That is why the DGCA has been auditing these planes. We are understanding there has been some update in that. If you could just go ahead and take our viewers through the latest.
Well, Shivangi, like you very rightly pointed out, that the DGCA is taking now very serious steps to make sure of the safety of the passengers, and which is why ever since that crash took place, the DGCA has been quite strict with all the airlines, specifically with Air India and the Air India Express. With Air India and Air India Express, their officials were also summoned, and after that it was advised that they should reduce their on-air operations by 30%, to which Air India abided, beginning 15% this morning, and it's going to continue for quite some time. But yes, Shivangi, will have to wait and watch and as to see as to what really happens in the future, and how for how long do these airlines abide by these strict rules, because 242 lives, like you said, have been lost, and there is a serious need for more stringent measures.
That is right, Madhurima. There is a lot of updates coming in right now where some auditing has begun. Madhurima, I'll come back to you. I have to move ahead right now because we're coming to know that a group of 110 Indian students were stranded in Iran and evacuated yesterday have landed at Delhi's Indira Gandhi International Airport. A majority of them are from Jammu and Kashmir. Viewers, take a look at this report for more.
The students are uniting with their families. They have been evacuated from Iran via Armenia, and this is the time where there is a moment of joy. And yes, the first leg of Operation Sindhu, which has been initiated from the side of the government of India, has already started, and it is a successful one till now. And these are the visuals of the students meeting with their parents at this point in time. Several students are coming one by one. There are 110 students who have in fact been evacuated. Out of them, nearly 94 Kashmiri students. Mariam, you have just returned from Iran, and it is a very successful operation that we have seen. How do you feel about it?
I feel very happy, very stress-free, relieved.
How has been the entire process of evacuation, and what is your message for the Indian government after this?
The process was very smooth, but we are very tired. We are very thankful to the Indian government, to the Indian embassy. They planned everything.
और भी students हैं वहाँ पे जिनको बैच बाय बैच evacuate किया जाएगा?
अभी सिर्फ उर्मिया के बच्चे evacuate हुए हैं. अभी उधर तेहरान के बच्चे भी हैं, शिराज के बच्चे भी हैं, इस्फहान के बच्चे भी हैं.
कश्मीरी स्टूडेंट्स जो है अंदर हैं, उनके आगे दिल्ली से आगे कश्मीर जाने का जो प्रोसेस है उस बारे में बताइए.
यही है, बसेस अरेंज की है यूटी गवर्नमेंट ने हमारे लिए. तो हम इसलिए बाहर आए थे कि हम देखें बसेस कैसी है. बसेस भी वो है कि सीटेड बसेस, ना कि स्लीपर बसेस. 51 आवर्स नॉट ए जोक, कि 51 आवर्स हम जर्नी कर रहे हैं, और 3 दिन से हम सोए नहीं. ऑलरेडी हम ड्रामा में थे क्योंकि वार जोन में थे, तो थोड़ा
कोऑर्डिनेट कौन कर रहा है?
हमारे साथ पहले एम्बेसडर जो तेहरान में इंडियन एम्बेसडर है, फिर आर्मीनिया में जो एम्बेसडर है हमारी, तो ओवरऑल पूरी गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया हमारे से कोऑर्डिनेट कर रही थी। तो ओवरऑल पूरी गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया हमारे से कोऑर्डिनेट कर रही थी।
All right, getting you some more updates coming in. Bollywood actor Dino Morea arrives at the office of the ED to take part in the investigation related to the alleged 65 crore Methi River desilting case. Yes, that is right. Dino Morea appears before the ED to record his statement in connection with the money laundering probe linked to the 65 crore Methi River desilting scam. Morea once again reaches ED office. And he was summoned by ED. The actor's statement will be recorded as some financial transactions have been found allegedly linked to him and some accused people. These are some back-to-back updates coming in right now on Republic TV. And let's go straight across to my colleague who's joining us right now. We have with us Satya Prakash. Satya Prakash, again, Dino Morea appears before ED and he has not appeared once, twice, thrice. He's appeared multiple times in the past as well. If you could just take a view as to the latest coming in, and where does this case stand? What has the questioning led to so far?
देखिए शिवांगी, डीनो मोरिया उनके भाई पहुंचे हुए ईडी ऑफिस में और उनसे पूछताछ करेगी ईडी के ऑफिसर, क्योंकि जिस तरह से 65 करोड़ रुपए घोटाले का मामला है और इस मामले में डीनो मोरिया घर पे जब रेड हुआ था तब भी पूछताछ हुआ था। जो पहला सम्मान दिया गया था उसमें भी बुलाया गया था, उसमें भी डीनो मोरिया उनके भाई पूछताछ में शामिल हुए थे और तीसरी बार ये कहेंगे पूछताछ में शामिल होंगे। तो तीसरी बार ईडी के ऑफिसर डीनो मोरिया से पूछताछ करेंगे, जिस मामले को लेकर जो है लगातार मुंबई पुलिस की ईओडब्ल्यू जांच कर रही है, ईडी जांच कर रही है और इस मामले में 13 आरोपी है। लगातार कहीं कहीं इस मामले को जो लिंक जुड़ते जा रहे हैं, उसके बाद कहीं कहीं ईडी की टीम जो लोग जुड़े हैं उनसे पूछताछ कर रही है। इसके पहले बीएमसी के अधिकारी से भी पूछताछ कर चुकी है और 13 आरोपी है इस मामले को लेकर। तो कहीं कहीं ईडी थोड़ी देर बाद डीनो मोरिया और उनके भाई से पूछताछ करेगी। जो घोटाला है सारे दाद कहीं कहीं इनके बारे में पूछताछ करेगी।
Yes, that is right. Okay, thank you for those details. I will be coming back to you for more on this story. ED questions Dino Morea yet again in the Methi River scam case. And we move ahead, viewers. Getting some breaking updates. Chandigarh administration carried out a demolition drive on illegal slums in the Adarsh colony of Sector 54 with heavy police deployment in place to maintain order, with only Sector 54 and Shahpur colony remaining. Officials aim to clear both within this month. Once completed, Chandigarh, India's first planned city, is set to become completely slum-free. That is right. So, what we see right now, a back-to-back updates coming in right now on Republic TV. There are meetings which are happening place as well. Now, this is a demolition drive which is formed part of the Chandigarh administration's larger initiative to remove these encroachments, enforce planned urban development, and reclaim valuable public land. Now, this recovered land is proposed to be utilized for public utility infrastructure in alignment with the Chandigarh master plan. So, the illegal slums demolition is beginning already. Many of them have already been demolished. Taking a short break, viewers, much more coming right up. We put our focus on the other big story, that is the West Asia war, which is escalating. 16 Israeli fighter jets strikes 20 Iranian military and nuclear weapon sites across Tehran. Stay tuned. We are live in breaking.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
आपकी फेवरेट हुंडई कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की, तो जल्दी चले आओ हुंडई शोरूम।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा। همیهنانم جمهوری اسلامی به پایان خود رسیده و در حال سقوط است. خامنه‌ای همچون موشی هراسان زیر زمین پنهان شده و کنترل اوضاع را از دست داده است. آنچه آغاز شده
And viewers, welcome back to Alignment Breaking, but we have a big update coming in. Yes, we go to the Israel-Iran conflict entering 7th day, and now the Israeli Air Force has released a new video showing how military production sites of the Iranian regime were also attacked, including factories for producing raw material components used to assemble ballistic missiles and sites for creating Iranian air defense systems and missiles. Now, Israel has also said the air defense batteries, missiles, storage sites, radars, and detection means of the Iranian regime were destroyed from the air. Yes, that is right. Big update coming in right now, Republic TV viewers, where we see that the Israeli Air Force has gone ahead and released this video. We'll try to put that video out in just a short while from now. Now, in that video, you will see how some of the key areas in Iran have been targeted. That is right. So these are, okay, we have the picture coming in. So this is the picture. Okay. This is that picture. This is the picture showing how the military production sites of the Iranian regime have been attacked. Now, these are key sites, such as used for producing raw materials to assemble ballistic missiles. So these are the key military sites which have been attacked and have been hit by Israel. Israel has also said that the air defense batteries, missile storage sites, and radars and detection means of the Iranian regime were destroyed from the air. That's right, viewers. So we're showing you these pictures coming in right now. And this is coming in the backdrop. I repeat, in the backdrop of what we are seeing in terms of idea of saying that they have been hitting multiple nuclear and weapon production sites in Tehran. So this is the latest video, and this video has now been released. I repeat, this video has been released by the Israeli Air Force. Now, what you will see on your screens are key areas, production areas, military areas, which have been targeted. About 60 fighter jets were involved in the strikes, at least, hitting weapon production sites, centrifuge production sites, and research and development sites of the Iranian regime's nuclear weapons development project. All right, viewers, we move ahead right now to tell you a little bit more about the war. The war between Israel and Iran has entered a dangerous new phase. Now, in its 7th day, Trump has made it very clear the time for talks with Iran is over. Meanwhile, Iran has also issued stern warning to the United States, with tension simmering between Israel and Iran, and Trump wading in with a firm backing for Israel. All eyes are now on West Asia.
West Asia continues to teeter on the edge, with both Iran and Israel trading barrage of missiles and strikes. The conflict has now entered the 7th day, with a ceasefire nowhere in sight. In a dramatic escalation, President Trump has said that his patience has run out.
I said it's very late. You know? I said it's very late to be talking. We may meet. I don't know, there's a big difference between now and a week ago, right? Big difference.
Being rather vague on US involvement, this is what Trump had to say.
Two very simple words, very simple, unconditional surrender. That means I've had it. Okay, I've had it, I give up, no more. Then we go blow up all the all the nuclear stuff that's all over the place there. We'll see. The next week is going to be very big, maybe less than a week, maybe less. But is there anybody here that said it would be okay to have a hostile, very, zealots really, but to have a hostile country have a nuclear weapon that could destroy.
Meanwhile, Iran's supreme leader Khamenei has vowed that the country will never surrender. Khamenei threatened US with irreparable damage if it joins Israel in military strikes against Iran. Iran's foreign ministry has also said any American intervention in the ongoing conflict with Israel would be a recipe for an all-out war in the region.
ملت ایران در مقابل جنگ تحمیلی محکم می‌ایسته، همچنانی که تا حالا ایستاده. در مقابل صلح تحمیلی محکم می‌ایسته. ملت ایران در مقابل تحمیل تسلیم هیچ کس نمیشه.
The statement comes as Israeli warplanes continue to strike key nuclear and military sites in and around Tehran, including facilities linked to Iran's missile and uranium programs. Iran has also launched hundreds of missiles and drones at Israel, with casualties reported on both sides. Tensions are now at a flashpoint, with the US ramping up its military presence in the region. This comes as United States continues to firmly back Israel, with President Donald Trump demanding Iran's unconditional surrender. As tensions continue to escalate in West Asia with back-to-back missile attacks, the world watches closely. The conflict is far from over, but one thing remains clear: Israel will not be intimidated.
All right, viewers, much for coming right up. We'll talk about the other story we're tracking right now. Donald Trump meets Asim Munir in Washington, claims he was influential in stopping the India-Pakistan conflict.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुलें तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जलजीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जलजीरा सिप MDH का जलजीरा सिप।
प्रधानमंत्री मोदी और राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप की मुलाकात G7 समिट की साइडलाइंस पर होनी तय थी। राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप को जल्दी वापस अमेरिका लौटना पड़ा, जिसके कारण ये मुलाकात नहीं हो पाई। इसके बाद राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप के आग्रह पर आज दोनों लीडर्स की फोन पर बात हुई। बातचीत लगभग 35 मिनट चली। 22 अप्रैल को पहलगाम आतंकी हमले के बाद राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप ने फोन पर प्रधानमंत्री मोदी को शोक संवेदना प्रकट की थी और आतंक के खिलाफ समर्थन व्यक्त किया था। उसके बाद दोनों लीडर्स की ये पहली बातचीत थी। इसलिए प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप से ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के बारे में विस्तार से बात की। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप को स्पष्ट रूप से कहा कि 22 अप्रैल के बाद भारत ने आतंकवाद के खिलाफ कार्रवाई करने का अपना दृढ़ संकल्प पूरी दुनिया को बता दिया था। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने कहा कि 6-7 मई की रात को भारत ने पाकिस्तान और पाकिस्तान ऑक्यूपाइड कश्मीर में सिर्फ आतंकी ठिकानों को ही निशाना बनाया था। भारत के एक्शन बहुत ही मेजर्ड, प्रिसाइज और नॉन एस्केलेटरी थे। साथ ही भारत ने यह भी स्पष्ट कर दिया था कि पाकिस्तान की गोली का जवाब भारत गोले से देगा। 9 मई की रात को उपराष्ट्रपति वांस ने प्रधानमंत्री मोदी को फोन किया था।
Getting some updates coming in right now, viewers, where for the second time in a week, a fake bomb threat email has been sent to the international airport in Bengaluru. And this is coming in with the latest one received by the airport security force, claiming in the name of a terrorist that it was wrong to hang terrorist Al-Jamal Qasab. Miscreants had earlier sent similar bomb threats, mails on 30th and 16th of this month, raising concerns over repeated security scares. Second bomb threat mailed to Bengaluru airport in a week, viewers. Taking a short break. Do not go anywhere. We are live and breaking.
I don't just report from courtrooms on verdicts, I decode them. From breaking news to complex legal verdicts, every word is backed by law. At the Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how to report on legal issues with accuracy and speed. The RSJ Diploma, starting on the 30th of June. Apply now.
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ गुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबां केसरी।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
The Iran-Israel conflict has flared up in earnest. What we saw initially was the good cop, bad cop routine, in which the United States was playing the good cop by engaging Iran in talks, and all the while Israel was giving threats of taking military action, strong military action to destroy the nascent Iranian nuclear capability. In fact, this good cop, bad cop routine was used to achieve surprise. Iran thought that one day before the talks were scheduled between America and Iran, Israel would not strike, but it did, and it caught a lot of the top Iranian military leadership together huddled in conferences, etc., and was able to do a fair amount of damage. So far, what has the Israeli strategy been? The Israeli strategy has been to carry out a surgical strike against Iran's nuclear capability, nascent nuclear capability. To that extent, it has hit Natanz, the nuclear enrichment site. It has hit many weapon fabrication laboratories and other experimental laboratories close by around Tehran complex. It has also primarily hit at command and control targets. It has eliminated a large number of Iranian senior military officials, which include the head of the IRGC.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
All right, getting you some top headlines coming in. Donald Trump meets Asim Munir in Washington, claims he was influential in stopping the India-Pakistan conflict. Indian missile strikes Soroka hospital in Israel, where IDF soldiers are undergoing treatment. '16 Israeli fighter jet strikes 20 Iranian military and nuclear weapon sites across Tehran. The Delhi to Leh flight makes an emergency landing in Delhi airport after it reported technical snag. Damning revelations come to fore in judicial scandal case. Probe reveals that cash was recovered, burnt cash was removed. Voting underway for by-polls to 5 assembly seats in 4 states: Kerala, Punjab, Gujarat and West Bengal. Results for June 23rd. I'm breaking up Shivangi Shukla. Justice Tejashwi Varma probe report: cash was recovered. In fact, we're coming to know that burnt cash was also removed. This is huge coming in. At least 10 witnesses examined by the panel acknowledged having seen burnt or half-burnt currency notes. Huge, I repeat, huge revelations coming in right now. This is the probe, the Tejashwi Varma probe report. Cash was recovered. Burnt cash was removed. At least 10 witnesses examined by the panel acknowledge having seen burnt or half-burnt currency notes. And I'm being joined by Reza, my colleague, who's joining us right now, our executive editor, legal. Yes, Rhythm, this is a huge coming in. If you could just take our viewers through what we are learning of. The probe report has got some details, sensational details. Rhythm.
Well, the committee has held the money and cash that was found in the storeroom located within the premises of 30 Tughlaq Crescent, New Delhi, occupied by Justice Varma, the source of which could not be accounted for by Justice Varma. They've said the most trusted personnel of him, the domestic staff Raheel and Rajinder Singh Karki, the private secretary, were instrumental in removing the burnt cash. The probe panel is indicting Justice Varma. The findings of the in-house probe are: evidence including burnt sacks of notes were moved out of the room. Destruction of key evidence, judge's personal staff is suspected. Role of Justice Varma's secretary is now under question. Unnamed people made several trips to clean the scene of crime. Room was not accessible to all, contrary to Justice Varma's claim. Room remained locked, broken open only after the fire incident. Not all sacks of money were burnt in the fire. Some were moved later. This is very... Let me also go across to the Allahabad High Court Bar Association head, Anil Tiwari, who's now joining us. Mr. Tiwari, what you and I knew already has now been proven true. This is also the reason why you didn't want Justice Varma to be transferred back to the Allahabad High Court. Now the proof is out. It's unaccounted cash in his storeroom. Even after this, Mr. Tiwari, Justice Varma, when he was written by former Chief Justice of India, refused to step down. What do we make out of this arrogance and this anger and his attack on the in-house committee report?
देखिए, मेरा रिएक्शन तो पहले दिन से यही है. My first reaction was that Allahabad High Court is not a dustbin. My first reaction. And today what I am saying, I am demanding कि बड़ा अनफॉर्चुनेट इंसिडेंट ये है कि ये रिपोर्ट के कंटेंट्स की जानकारी मीडिया के माध्यम से हो रही है. आप ये देखिए, अगर आज हिंदुस्तान की मीडिया इंडिपेंडेंट नहीं होती तो हिंदुस्तान की जनता को एक अक्षर भी पता नहीं है, एक शब्द नहीं जानती इस रिपोर्ट के बारे में. My request is Justice Varma should immediately resign. आप देखिए, अगर जस्टिस वर्मा की जो बात है, लेटर जो उन्होंने दिया, उसमें साफ कहते हैं रिपोर्ट पर उनको बड़ा अनवारंटेड तरीके से ये सब किया गया. क्या वो उन 3 हाई कोर्ट जजेस को, 1 चीफ जस्टिस एंड 2 अदर जजेस, whether Mr. Varma is accusing those judges, whether Mr. Varma is accusing of being impartial in his matter, those 3 judges and CGI. This is the question. Justice Varma is not entitled to continue even for a single second on this post. Immediately he should be removed by impeachment process. That will take time. He should immediately resign, or CGI is requested to pass an order directing FIR against him immediately without any further delay. You see the contents are still not available in public domain. But thanks to your channel, thanks to media, that we have got certain information from that report that 10 witnesses have been examined. whether those 10 witnesses who are making statement before the committee, which is presided by the Chief Justice of one court and 2 other judges, whether these 10 persons are lying before the committee. So this is a very serious matter. I am in practice since last 35 years. But now I am requesting my coming generations not to join this profession if such judges are existing. This is institution has got a great damage in this case. That is my reaction. And Allahabad High Court is adamant in continuing this agitation until Mr. Varma resigns. Even 30 high courts of all India Federation have been created. Mr. Vivek Reddy, Mr. Dikshit from Gujarat, Yashwant from Kerala, everybody is organizing protest against him. Still he is continuing. He's what he wants to do, he's taking time, he's buying time. He's buying time because he knows that impeachment process is very tedious process and he can manage it. So everything is now clear. My request is through your channel that Mr. Varma should immediately step down.
I also want to ask you, Mr. Tiwari, this is a request that's been made to him also by former Chief Justice of India, but he refused to do so. In fact, he said that I have not been given a proper hearing by the in-house committee, and he's attacked the in-house committee report.
What hearing is required? Even suspicion is sufficient for removal of a judge. For not the state, that the proverb is that judges are Caesar's wife. They are above suspicion. Why this sentence is not applied to IAS officer, to any political person? It applies only to the judges. That is why suspicion is sufficient for his removal. What else? Whether cash is not required, can he deny the cash is not required? There are judgments of the Supreme Court that if you are given opportunity and that opportunity provides you nothing, then material is unrebuttable. Then inquiry, then opportunity of hearing is not at all required, and Justice Varma should not be given. हाँ, अगर वो चाहते हैं डिफेंस, तो let FIR be filed and trial होने दीजिए. ट्रायल में अपना डिफेंस दिखाते रहे कि कहाँ से कैश आया, किसका कैश था. अगर जस्टिस वर्मा इतने साफ थे, तो कैश की खबर मिलने के बाद उन्होंने खुद FIR क्यों नहीं की? उनको खुद बाहर आके FIR करनी चाहिए थी और कहना चाहिए था मीडिया में कि जब तक ये क्लीन शीट नहीं होती तब तक मैं जज नहीं के रूप में काम नहीं करूंगा. अगर ये काम उन्होंने 15 तारीख को कर दिया होता तो आज जस्टिस वर्मा के ऊपर ये चार्जेस ना होते. 15 तारीख से लेके 14 तारीख से लेके 21 तारीख तक ये बातें छिपाई क्यों गई? हाई कोर्ट में भेज के चुपके से इनकी ओथ कराई गई, क्लैंडस्टाइन तरीके से ओथ कराई गई. हाई कोर्ट की रजिस्ट्री को भी नहीं पता था, बार एसोसिएशन को नहीं पता. केवल 6 जजेस के सामने इनकी ओथ हुई है, वो भी चैम्बर हुए. तो वेदर ही कुछ भी वो कह सकते हैं, उनके पास कोई चीज कहने के लिए नहीं है. मैं तो सीधे कहूंगा, दिस इज ओनली बेशर्मी, नथिंग एल्स.
Where is Justice Varma, who is in the eye of fire right now, sir? Any clue? Is he in Allahabad? Where is he right now?
No, we are not aware. His residence is in Allahabad, but no, I have not seen him moving in Allahabad city. I don't know whereabouts him. He is not attending the court. He is not coming to the court, even to his chamber. He is not coming.
I want to ask you one final question, Mr. Tiwari. There has been the Vice President of India, Jagdeep Dhankar, who has spoken about this, questioned why no FIR has been filed. Senior advocates in the top court, including lots of them, Dr. Abhishek Singhvi, Mr. Hari Salve, all of them have said and spoken in one unison voice against Justice Varma. When such pillars of the democracy are speaking against him, isn't it time at least an FIR should be filed, including yourself?
Immediately.
Since the start,
in the entire country, from the lawyers community, only one lawyer, Mr. Kapil Sibal. Why he is defending him, I am not aware. But he was a president of the Supreme Court Bar Association. He failed in his duty to protect the law and to protect the purity in the system of law. Mr. Sibal is also responsible for his support to Mr. Varma. Mr. Kapil Sibal is answerable to the public also. Everybody is asking why Abhishek Manu Singhvi has written an article published in probably Hindustan Times or Times of India. And Mr. Harish Salve is such a giant personality. Mr. Dushyant Dave, everybody is saying that, look here, Mr. Varma, please resign, please resign. But this man is an FIR तो होना ही चाहिए. निश्चित तौर पर धनखड़ साहब ने सही कहा, हमारी पहली यही डिमांड थी, मेरी तो एक और डिमांड भी है. इनके सारे जजमेंट्स की स्क्रूटनी की जानी चाहिए क्योंकि he has sold the judgments. इन्होंने जजमेंट्स बेचा है इसके वजह में और उन जजेस को ये बदनाम कर रहे हैं जो हमारे यहाँ 99% जजेस ईमानदार हैं.
Yes, sir. पहले हम ये देखने वाले हैं. वैसे the one thing we're going to see first is whether the impeachment proceeding is going to be held quickly. We're expecting this to happen quickly. I thank you, sir, for giving us your views. We toss back to the studio, but remember our top focus on this biggest judicial scandal continues.
Thank you so much for joining us, Mr. Tiwari. Thank you so much for joining us. And the biggest judicial scandal, of course, in the history of India right now. We're getting all the latest updates. And the report, of course, is now making damning revelations. This is the Justice Varma case. Republic TV continues to keep a close eye on the developments. And we have breaking news coming in right now, this pertaining to West Asia. Now, the effects of the extensive damage caused by the Iranian missile strikes that hit the Tel Aviv Stock Exchange. This is the, I think we have the visual, that's why we're saying it's the effect of the extensive damage. Yes, there you have the damage to Stock Exchange building in Tel Aviv. There you have from hospitals to the official buildings. These are all civilian areas where the Iranian missiles have struck. And this is the update we have. Latest visuals coming in from Tel Aviv. The Stock Exchange building of Israel in Tel Aviv has been hit by the Iranian ballistic missiles. There is no sign of de-escalation at all in West Asia. We talk about Iran and Israel, and West Asia continues to be on a boil. And this is the breaking news we have right now. With that, viewers, we also have some more breaking news coming in right now, and we're now learning that Iran has carried out multiple strikes in the Israeli city of Holon, and where a hospital, a school, and a residential area has also been targeted. And that's the breaking news we have right now. It's not just the Stock Exchange building, but there are other areas, civilian areas like hospitals. Even hospitals have not been spared. Hospitals have also been hit by the Iranian strikes, and that's what we are breaking right now. On your screens are those visuals coming in from Holon in Israel. These are residential areas, and it's completely devastated. You can see this area, it's been reduced to a rubble. You see residential houses completely destroyed. The hospital, you can see plumes of smoke billowing from that building. That is a hospital to the left side of the screen. And schools have also been hit. A school in the city of Holon of Israel has also been hit by have been hit in the Iranian strikes. And this is what is happening as far as Iran and Israel is concerned. Both sides we see have continued to exchange fire, and Iranian missile hitting hospital in Israel's Beersheba as well. This is from southern Israel, where the Israeli hospital was targeted in Beersheba. The Beersheba and the missile landed on the hospital treating Israeli soldiers. So you can understand this is a targeted strike by the Iranians at the Beersheba hospital, where the Israeli soldiers were being treated. They have been hit by the Iranian ballistic missile, and in fact dozens of missiles were fired in this attack. And that's the latest update we're getting in right now, viewers. Meanwhile, Republic TV is the only channel to have the first official statement from the former Israeli Prime Minister Naftali Bennett. Now, take a look at how he appeals to the world and the people of Iran to stand up to a regime who claims is violent and radical.
I want to be very clear that this is not a war between Israel and the good Iranian people. The Israelis feel for the Iranian people. The Iranian people are under a terrible regime. an old regime, incompetent, corrupt, radical, violent regime that beyond endangering the world is making the lives of the Iranians horrible. I call upon the Iranian people, this is your moment. This is your moment to stand up, to remove the mullahs if you can, and the world will stand behind you. I also want to say this is a moment where if we didn't act now, the cancerous tumor of Iranian nuclear program would be much worse in a year or 2 years. What you see here, 70 buildings that are hit, would have been hit by a nuclear weapon, so we have to act now. And finally, to our friends in other decent-minded countries around the world, we are doing the dirty work for the world. We are the ones who are removing and preventing Iran from going nuclear. We are preventing Iran from being a danger to the world. If we didn't act now, Paris and London and Washington in 2030 would receive a nuclear warhead. So we're not asking anyone to fight for us. We're doing the fight. We're willing to pay the price. We are asking, have our back. Don't criticize us. Back us. We're doing the right thing.
Republic TV has now accessed a visual of the moment when the Iranian air defense system intercepted the Israeli Hermes N-900 drones, which were launched over the Kermanshah region on Wednesday. And these are the visuals, how the Hermes drone had intercepted the Iranian strike visuals, dramatic visuals there. And you see how the Hermes drone of Israel has thwarted the Iranian strike coming in, and viewers, there is destruction coming. Destruction that has. We are writing that Israel. Okay, we have Israeli Hermes drone has intercepted. Okay, I think we can just rephrase what we have written. Breaking news being, viewers and I stand corrected that this is a video Republic TV has accessed of Iranian air defense system intercepting the Israeli Hermes 900 drone, which were launched over the Kermanshah region. Remember, Kermanshah has been in the center of the strikes since Wednesday, and many such areas, in fact, have witnessed this firefighting in the skies, including Tehran. And in fact, we have ground reports also coming in on that from West Asia, viewers, as missile sirens continue to pierce the skies over Tel Aviv. Civilian life in the city has been turned upside down. Schools are shut, businesses are operating in crisis mode, and families are spending nights in bomb shelters. The once bustling streets of Israel's commercial capital are now marked by fear, by uncertainty, and a constant readiness for the next strike, anxiety for the next strike. We bring you an exclusive ground report showing how the residents have had to flee the places they call home while buildings in once busy towns stand deserted.
In Israel, in Tel Aviv, and you can see that now it is closed. Nobody can go inside. Here are the residents of this area, and they are trying to understand where should they go after they have been evacuated, because as you can see, everything is destroyed. You can see inside the buildings, this was an apartment of somebody. It is completely devastated. As the house, you can see here inside, the devastation is immersing. Everything is completely destroyed. Windows are broken, also some of the walls. All the stuff inside of the houses, apartments, also burned, destroyed. You can see how much of the destruction caused just one missile from Iran. And here usually used to live young people, Israelis that are coming from all around the country because they want to live in this amazing non-stop city of Tel Aviv next to the beach. The beach is just few minutes walk from here, the Mediterranean Sea, but now this site is completely destroyed. Nothing could survive this blast of Iranian ballistic missile. You can see the destruction, all of those buildings, in each of them there are many apartments, many people lived here, and everything is destroyed. You can see here there are balloons with gas that also could explode, and if it explodes, then the damage will be, of course, much higher. And the buildings here completely destroyed. You can see it yourself. And then now the municipality of Tel Aviv would need to destroy those buildings and build the new ones. And here I'm standing on the place where the ballistic missile from Iran actually hit. It hit now this parking lot, but the shock wave destroyed everything in a radius of hundreds of meters. You can see the impact of this blast. And if those kind of rockets hit the buildings themselves, then of course nothing can survive inside the building and not next to it. This is a residential area. There are no military targets here. There are nothing here except of people that are living here, their life, innocent people that have nothing to do with this conflict between Iran and Israel. Maybe the target of the rocket was this building, because inside at least used to be the consulate of the United States of America and some of the offices of the Embassy of America. And actually the impact of this blast also hit a little bit even the embassy, which is hundreds of meters from here, the main building of the embassy. And you can see the impact. It is just unbelievable. Now I'm standing on the floor, on the ground, under which used to be a construction of an underground metro station, and that's why Israeli security forces, rescue forces, told me that all of this place can collapse because of the impact of the blast. And this is just one neighborhood that was almost completely destroyed, and there are many more neighborhoods like this one, residential areas that also were the targets of the Iranian ballistic missiles. And in all of those places there are a lot of destruction. People are killed, injured, and all of their homes and stuff is lost, as you can see here behind me.
All right, after a short break, we tell you latest. Donald Trump meets Asim Munir in Washington, D.C., claims he was influential in stopping the India-Pakistan conflict. Iranian missiles strike Soroka Hospital in Beersheba in Israel, where IDF soldiers are undergoing treatment. We'll get you more. Stay tuned.
What it takes to report from the front lines: accuracy, urgency, courage and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for that reality. It's not a theory, it's a live learning inside a working newsroom from day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Courses begin from June 30th. Apply now.
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ गुलें तो जी लग जाए, और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबां में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबां कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबां कैसी?
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
just posted right before we took off that you're not leaving because of a ceasefire. Why are you? Can you elaborate?
Get better than ceasefire. We're not looking for a ceasefire. I didn't say I was looking for a ceasefire. That was Emmanuel, nice guy, but he doesn't get it right too often. But we're not looking. We're looking for better than a ceasefire.
What specifically is better than a ceasefire? What are you looking for here?
And then a real end, not a ceasefire. And then
so something that will be permanent.
Or giving up entirely.
Is that okay too? Are you close there? Is that possible in the next 24? Why not?
Certainly possible. Complete give up. That's possible. Yeah, doing pretty well right now. We're doing pretty well. Remember, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. It's very simple. We don't have to go too deep into it. They just can't have a nuclear weapon.
What was the thinking on the call for Iran to evacuate? Is there a threat or is there incoming? What was the thinking on the full evacuation?
I want people to be safe. And that's always possible. A thing like that could happen. I just want people to be safe. You're great people that know how to protect themselves.
And when you say better,
we'll come down so hard if they do anything to our people. We'll come down so hard. Then the gloves are off so beautifully. Now, I think they know not to touch our troops.
Are you open to negotiating with the Iranians right now, or do you want to wait?
I don't know. I've been negotiating. I told them to do the deal. They should have done the deal. Their cities have been blown to pieces. They've lost a lot of people. They should have done the deal. I told them do the deal. So I don't know. I'm not too much in a mood to negotiate. Yeah, I think it's safer. There's a lot of bad things happening. I think it's safer for them to evacuate.
We don't just get you the headlines, we report on them. We get information from the highest level of sources. We get you news from the men in uniform, from those on the front. At Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how real reporting is done on the ground and in real time. The RSG Diploma course begins on June 30th. If you want to lead the story, start here.
They see what's going on, and he agreed with me. The reason I had him here, I wanted to thank him for not going into the war, just ending the war. And I want to thank
Donald Trump meets Asim Munir in Washington, claims he was influential in stopping the India-Pakistan conflict. Iranian missile strikes Soroka Hospital in Beersheba in Israel, where IDF soldiers undergoing treatment. 60 Israel fighter jets strike 20 Iranian military and nuclear weapon sites across Tehran. Delhi to Leh flight makes an emergency landing in Delhi airport after it reports technical snag. Damning revelations come to fore in judicial scandal case. Probe reveals that cash was recovered, burned cash was removed. And voting underway for the by-post to 5 assembly seats in 4 states, Kerala, Punjab, Gujarat and West Bengal. Results on 23rd of June. Very good morning, viewers. You're watching live and breaking. I'm Raksha with you. Good afternoon. US President Donald Trump has praised Pakistani Army Chief Asim Munir now for his role in preventing an escalation of the conflict between India and Pakistan, as he hosted the latter, as he hosted Munir for a lunch meeting at the White House. Now, the lunch meeting was the first time a US president had hosted Pakistan's army chief, widely regarded as having sway over the country's national security policy at the White House, unaccompanied by the senior Pakistani civilian officials. So, what the angle here is, viewers, that Asim Munir, who spewed venom, and we all know who's behind the Pahalgam terror attack, Trump calls him over lunch in Washington, D.C. And this happening as there is the escalating conflict between Israel and Iran that is happening. So, of course, why is Trump feeding the Pahalgam organizer? That, of course, is very much of a matter of speculation. Listen in first to what Donald Trump said.
In your meeting today with the Chief of Staff of the Pakistani Army, did you talk about Iran? Did that come up? Is there anything you can share from that meeting?
Yeah. Well, they know Iran very well, better than most. And they're not happy about anything. It's not that they're bad with Israel. They know them both, actually, but they probably, maybe they know Iran better. But they see what's going on, and he agreed with me. The reason I had him here, I wanted to thank him for not going into the war, just, ending the war. And I want to thank, as you know, Prime Minister Modi just left, just a little while ago, just left. And we're working a trade deal with India. We're working a trade deal with Pakistan. And they were both here. But I was with Modi a few weeks ago. He was here, actually. But now we speak to him. And I'm so happy. There was a deal that two smart people, plus, they have people on their staff too, but two very smart people decided not to keep going with that war. That could have been a nuclear war. Those are two nuclear powers, big ones, big nuclear powers, and they decided not. So I was honored to meet him today.
We have Defence Expert Major General Ashwini Sivach joining us at the broadcast. General Sivach, thank you so much for joining here on Republic TV. And, we've seen that it's not the first time that a Pak Army chief has been invited, in the history. We've seen many of those who were, in fact, military dictators there in Pakistan. Despite them having a so-called puppet prime minister, Asim Munir is invited over for lunch. But whenever the Americans, invite the Pakistani Army chief, there's always an agenda. And when all this is happening in between, when there's Israel and Iranian conflict, only growing, the speculations are rife. But at the same time, the messaging that is coming out from Donald Trump after Pahalgam terror attack, he invites the army chief of this terror state. That, of course, raises many questions.
See, the point is very clear. Pakistan is a frontline state for US. And US has been always using Pakistan for a long time. It is Pakistan, whether it is supporting terrorism, it doesn't make a difference to US. So far they are not supporting the Islamic State and Al-Qaeda. As far as Lashkar-e-Toba and Jaise Mohammed are concerned, their reach are only up to India. Pakistan is supporting them, abating them, aiding them, but it really doesn't make too much difference to the US. US wants to use Pakistan, especially when this war between Iran and Israel is now increasing and increasing its footprints. There are chances of America coming into this war, and in case it has to attack Iran, it needs the air bases, it needs a logistic support bases, and this is where Pakistan comes in. And he knows it that General Asim Munir is the most powerful person in Pakistan. Everyone knows that every country has an army, but in Pakistan, army has a country. The power does not flow from Islamabad there, it flows from Rawalpindi. So very cleverly he has called him for a lunch, and then he is trying to basically sway Pakistan so that Pakistan able to give the basis in case US attack Iran. And this is not the first time. US has been using Pakistan against Russia, against in Afghanistan. So I'm sure Pakistan will also more often than not follow the line what US says, because US is an economic hub center, and of late they have realized it that Pakistan is going very close to China, especially the weapon system which they are buying 81% from China. Once upon a time they used to buy 64% from US, F-16, 83, which are still Pakistan is operating is a power to reckon with. So I can only say four things. One is this you can say Israel-Iran war in case US goes. Right. The cryptocurrency, the second thing. The third thing is the economic region, even some critical minerals which are there in Balochistan, US has shown some interest. Also to keep a check on India. It looks very strange, but this is also a fact that it sometime want to hyphenate Pakistan with India, which there is no match. But this is unfortunate. So we have to be very, very careful when we are dealing with the US. The US will, look after their own national interests rather than looking a larger picture.
Major Siva, thanks so much for joining us with your views on that story, viewers. So this is coming in just weeks back when Asim Munir, before the Pahalgam attack, had spewed venom against India. He had spewed venom against Hindus as well. So is Donald Trump after inviting Asim Munir, backing that? Because he's clearly praising Asim Munir. Listen to what Munir had said.
Well, our forefathers, they thought that we are different from the Hindus in every possible aspect of life. Our religion is different. Our customs are different. Our traditions are different. Our thoughts are different. Our ambitions are different. That was the foundation of the two-nation theory that was laid there. That we are two nations. We are not one nation. So because of that, our forefathers, they struggled, mounted that incessant struggle to create this country. Our forefathers, they have sacrificed immensely, and we have sacrificed a lot for the creation of this country, and we know how to defend it.
He agreed with me. The reason I had him here, I wanted to thank him for not going into the war, just ending the war, and I want to thank, as you know, Prime Minister Modi just left, just a little while ago, just left, and we're working a trade deal with India. We're working a trade deal with Pakistan, and they were both here. But I was with Modi a few weeks ago. He was here, actually. But now we speak to him, and I'm so happy. There was a deal that two smart people, plus, they have people on their staff too, but two very smart people decided not to keep going with that war. That could have been a nuclear war. Those are two nuclear powers, big ones, big nuclear powers, and they decided that, so I was honored to meet him today.
And viewers, according to the White House spokeswoman Anna Kelly, Pakistan Army Chief Asim Munir has recommended US President Donald Trump for the Nobel Peace Prize and for his alleged role in preventing a nuclear war between India and Pakistan last month. Now, this was the same Trump who had said that the United States stands against terrorism. Today, he's the same Donald Trump who is backing the man who organized the Pahalgam attack. So much for a Nobel Prize.
I addressed a summit of more than 50 Arab and Muslim leaders, a unique meeting in the history of nations, where key players in the region agreed to stop supporting terrorism, whether it be financial, military, or even moral support.
He agreed with me. The reason I had him here, I wanted to thank him for not going into the war, just ending the war, and I want to thank, as you know, Prime Minister Modi just left, just a little while ago, just left, and we're working a trade deal with India, we're working a trade deal with Pakistan, and they were both here. But I was with Modi a few weeks ago. He was here, actually, but now we speak to him, and I'm so happy. There was a deal that two smart people,
Plus, they have people on their staff too, but two very smart people decided not to keep going with that war. That could have been a nuclear war. Those are two nuclear powers, big ones, big nuclear powers, and they decided not. So I was honored to meet him today.
And we have some breaking news coming in right now. Justice Varma probe report has revealed that the cash that was recovered from his residence was burnt, and that cash was also removed. At least 10 witnesses were examined by the panel, and they have acknowledged having seen burnt or half-burnt currency notes. Evidence, and let me just talk about what all has been revealed by the report. Half-burnt currency notes seen and found during the process of dousing of fire, highly suspicious items. Cash could not have been placed in the storeroom without the tacit or active consent of Justice Varma or his family members, viewers. These are big revelations that have been made in this report. 10 witnesses have acknowledged that they have seen the burnt currency notes. Committee examined suspicious roles of Justice Varma's private secretary Rajinder Singh Kark and his daughter Diya Varma in the alleged destruction of evidence. And it was very much visible how the evidence is being destroyed. And this was after a major fire was reported. Now, it was an accidental fire, or someone put out a fire, lit up a fire. We do not know yet, but there was a burnt stock of cash. And that's the breaking news we have right now. The damning revelations being made by in this report. Role of private secretary and daughter is also being examined. We have Advocate Yashwant Shenoy, President of Kerala High Court, Kerala HCAA. Mr. Shenoy, thank you so much for joining us on Republic TV. There are damning revelations that have been made, and it seems that it's only trouble that is mounting for Justice Varma, who has been defiant, but it's revealed that there is clearly destruction of evidence.
Even for destruction of evidence, FIR, where is an FIR? That's the whole issue. We have put ourselves in a quandary. There is a cognizable offense that has taken place. Just because there is an alleged involvement of a High Court judge, even an FIR has not been launched. So there is a major handicap that is there in this particular case, and it basically exposes, to say the least, I would say, it exposes the judiciary. What have we done to ourselves? How do we say that if there is the involvement of a judge, we don't even register an FIR at all? Along with the judge, no crime happens or takes place with just one man. So what happens to all the other people who are involved in it? So when there is no investigation that happens, it cripples the entire story itself. So I would say, please see where have we put ourselves in. We have not filed a FIR, because of which there has been no investigation whatsoever. It is even unfair to Justice Varma, because how is he being even called an accused when there has been no investigation? So from the criminal point of view and the criminal jurisprudence, we are in a fix. There is no accused. When we are speaking about impeachment, I am only speaking about impeachment as a kind of disciplinary proceedings. Disciplinary proceedings for a government servant when they are involved in a prevention of corruption case under the Prevention of Corruption Act. There are two proceedings happening. One is a criminal proceeding for which there are criminal consequences, and the other is a disciplinary proceedings for which they are having implications in their employment. When we are speaking about an in-house inquiry and the impeachment process, we are only speaking about an employment issue. We are not speaking in terms of a criminal offense. Now, from the criminal offense point, please see, how can you even call Justice Varma an accused now? You cannot. And this is a scene purely of the making of the judiciary. And please see, now everything we have done in the name of securing independence of justice. Now please see, during the impeachment process, the entire parliament is going to come after judiciary now. And I believe this is something that the judiciary should set it right, because the whole idea of not registering a FIR against a judge came through a judicial order. And the judiciary should understand, accept, admit that there has been an issue, and we have to change the scenario and say, no, an FIR will be registered against a judge with the permission of the Chief Justice or whatever, but it needs to be done in a time-bound manner. When the judiciary is saying that the governor is supposed to sign a bill within 3 months, how is it that we have not been able to register an FIR in the last 6 months?
Right. Absolutely.
And I believe this is something that we have put ourselves in. You know, the judiciary has itself placed on a higher pedestal than the executive or the legislature in this country for the last 20, 30 years. But now the faith of the people is shaking because of these kinds of omissions from our part. And as a member of the bar, though I am completely supporting the need for independence of the judiciary, and these kind of incidents occur, I don't think we are having anything to justify. But as a member of the bar, I would say when we find that there is an injustice happening, we raise our voice. We say that whatever has happened is unfair not just to the people, but also to Justice Varma also. Because for him to prove his innocence also, there had to be an investigation that is happening. Now, look into this. You know, you are accusing his daughter.
Of course, it is very important to restore the faith of the people in judiciary, but that's the biggest scandal that has hit the country, biggest judicial scandal, and no FIR yet. That is the biggest, what we are now tracking. But thank you so much, Mr. Shenoy, for joining us on Republic TV. It was time for a very, very short break, but don't go anywhere. There's another case of emergency landing, this time Delhi to Leh flight that has made an emergency landing at the Delhi airport after it reported another technical snag. All right, damning revelations come to the fore. Now, judicial scandal case probe reveals that cash was recovered. The burned cash was removed.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
प्रधानमंत्री मोदी और राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप की मुलाकात G7 समिट की साइडलाइंस पर होनी तय थी। राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप को जल्दी वापस अमेरिका लौटना पड़ा, जिसके कारण ये मुलाकात नहीं हो पाई। इसके बाद राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप के आग्रह पर आज दोनों लीडर्स की फोन पर बात हुई। बातचीत लगभग 35 मिनट चली। 22 अप्रैल को पहलगाम आतंकी हमले के बाद राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप ने फोन पर प्रधानमंत्री मोदी को शोक संवेदना प्रकट की थी और आतंक के खिलाफ समर्थन व्यक्त किया था। उसके बाद दोनों लीडर्स की ये पहली बातचीत थी। इसलिए प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप से ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के बारे में विस्तार से बात की। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप को स्पष्ट रूप से कहा कि 22 अप्रैल के बाद भारत ने आतंकवाद के खिलाफ कार्रवाई करने का अपना दृढ़ संकल्प पूरी दुनिया को बता दिया था। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने कहा कि 6-7 मई की रात को भारत ने पाकिस्तान और पाकिस्तान ऑक्यूपाइड कश्मीर में सिर्फ आतंकी ठिकानों को ही निशाना बनाया था। भारत के एक्शन बहुत ही मेजर्ड, प्रिसाइज और नॉन एस्केलेटरी थे। साथ ही भारत ने यह भी स्पष्ट कर दिया था कि पाकिस्तान की गोली का जवाब भारत गोले से देगा। 9 मई की रात को उपराष्ट्रपति वैंस ने प्रधानमंत्री मोदी को फोन किया था। उपराष्ट्रपति वैंस ने कहा था कि पाकिस्तान भारत पर बड़ा हमला कर सकता है। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने उन्हें साफ शब्दों में बताया था कि यदि ऐसा होता है तो भारत पाकिस्तान को उससे भी बड़ा जवाब देगा। 9-10 मई की रात को पाकिस्तान के हमले का भारत ने बहुत सशक्त जवाब दिया और पाकिस्तान की सेना को बहुत नुकसान पहुंचाया। उसके मिलिट्री एयर बेसिस को इनऑपरेबल बना दिया। भारत के मुंहतोड़ जवाब के कारण पाकिस्तान को भारत से सैन्य कार्रवाई रोकने का आग्रह करना पड़ा। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप को स्पष्ट रूप से कहा कि इस पूरे घटनाक्रम के दौरान कभी भी किसी भी स्तर पर भारत अमेरिका ट्रेड डील या अमेरिका द्वारा भारत और पाकिस्तान के बीच मध्यस्थता जैसे विषयों पर बात नहीं हुई थी। सैन्य कार्रवाई रोकने की बात सीधे भारत और पाकिस्तान के बीच दोनों सेनाओं की एग्जिस्टिंग चैनल्स के माध्यम से हुई थी और पाकिस्तान के ही आग्रह पर हुई थी। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने जोर देकर कहा कि भारत ने न तो कभी मध्यस्थता स्वीकार की थी, न करता है और न ही कभी करेगा। इस विषय पर भारत में पूर्ण रूप से राजनीतिक एकमत है।
Welcome back. Now, a group of 110 Indian students who were stranded in Iran and evacuated yesterday reached Delhi's Indira Gandhi Airport last night, and the majority of them are from Jammu and Kashmir. Here's more on that.
The students are uniting with their families. They have been evacuated from Iran via Armenia, and this is the time where there is a moment of joy. And yes, the first leg of Operation Sindhu, which has been initiated from the side of the government of India, has already started, and it is a successful one till now. And these are the visuals of the students meeting with their parents at this point in time. Several students are coming one by one. There are 110 students who have in fact been evacuated. Out of them, nearly 94 Kashmiri students. For students, the government of India did start Operation Sindhu, and you're one of the first batches of the students who have come back. What does it feel altogether? You're going to meet your family?
Yeah, we are the first who came back, and we are very thankful to Indian Embassy. They took very great step to rescue us.
How were the preparations starting from your evacuation from Iran to Armenia, then from your flights to Doha, and then finally in Delhi?
First of all, they took us to Armenia by a bus, and from there we came to Doha, then to India, and we are very thankful to India.
Do you stay here only in Delhi?
Yeah, we live in Delhi.
Do you feel good?
Yes, coming to India is always good.
We are very glad to be here, and thanks to government of India and officials who took care of us in Armenia and हमें घर पे वापस लाया. बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है, बहुत अच्छा.
They did a tremendous job to bring us back here safely. It was good.
What is the situation there, and how does it feel to be one of the persons in the first batch to be evacuated?
In Tehran, it's more intense. In the other cities, not that much right now. So we were comparatively safer there.
All right, time for a short break, viewers, but we'll get you more updates. Another emergency landing, this time it's an Indigo flight and makes the emergency landing. Turbulence in aviation sector continues. And on the other side, we get you more on the Justice Varma case. The report is out and it makes damning revelations. We get you more insight on that. Stay tuned.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
the Iran-Israel conflict has flared up in earnest. What we saw initially was the good cop, bad cop routine, in which the United States was playing the good cop by engaging Iran in talks, and all the while Israel was giving threats of taking military action, strong military action to destroy the nascent Iranian nuclear capability. In fact, this good cop, bad cop routine was used to achieve surprise. Iran thought that one day before the talks were scheduled between America and Iran, Israel would not strike, but it did, and it caught a lot of the top Iranian military leadership together huddled in conferences, etc., and was able to do a fair amount of damage. So far, what has the Israeli strategy been? The Israeli strategy has been to carry out a surgical strike against Iran's nuclear capability, nascent nuclear capability. To that extent, it has hit Natanz, the nuclear enrichment site. It has hit many weapon fabrication laboratories and other experimental laboratories close by around Tehran complex. It has also primarily hit at command and control targets. It has eliminated a large number of Iranian senior military officials, which include the head of the IRGC, the head of the Iranian army, head of the Iranian Air Force, and their chief of intelligence. Now, these are very severe losses in terms of leadership. Command and control attrition has been highly effective to the extent that Iran has now ordered that none of its top commanders will be carrying mobiles, because they have been tracked through their mobiles and hit with great amount of precision. To start with, the Israelis had carried out massive standoff attacks with about 200 of their F-35 stealth fighters, F-15E Eagle jet fighters. These had fired cruise missiles, standoff cruise missiles, without entering Iranian territory. In the phase 1, they had carried out SEAD, suppression of enemy air defenses, in which they had knocked off the S-300 missile batteries of Iran, which have not proved very effective. Let's not forget that even in Pakistan, the S-300 equivalent, the Chinese HQ-9 and 16 were also proved to be highly ineffective. So they have suppressed Iran's air defenses, and they have now gone in a very big way to tackle the targets they have designated, namely command and control attrition, 2, enrichment facilities, nuclear fabrication plants, workshops, and research facilities. They have also gone in for hitting the energy infrastructure, and they have largely hit the storage for local in-house consumption.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Very good afternoon, viewers. It's 1 p.m. and you're watching Live and Breaking with me, Antara Gupta. We are tracking a lot of big stories for you in this edition. Israel versus Iran has entered day 7, and Israel and Iran continue to trade barrage of missiles. On the other hand, there is some damning evidence that has come to the fore against Justice Yashwant Varma. We'll get you all that and much more, but first, as always, a quick check of the headlines. Donald Trump meets Asim Munir in Washington, claims he was influential in stopping the Indian-Pakistan conflict. Iranian missile strikes Soroka Hospital in Beersheba in Israel, where IDF soldiers are undergoing treatment. 60 Israeli fighter jets strikes 20 Iranian military and nuclear weapons sites across Tehran. Delhi to Leh flight makes an emergency landing in Delhi airport after it was reported to have technical snags. Damning revelations come to the fore in judicial scandal case. Probe reveals that cash was recovered, burnt cash was removed. Voting underway for by-polls to 5 assembly seats in 4 states, Kerala, Punjab, Gujarat and West Bengal. Results on June 23rd. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a big breaking news. RJD leader Tejashwi Yadav claims that there was firing outside his residence. The RJD leader said that in a demonic rule of the NDA, the morale of the criminals protected by the government is so high that in the high security zone, at a short distance from the governor's residence, Raj Bhavan, chief minister's residence, leader of the opposition's residence and the judge's residence at the airport, the dreaded criminals are roaming around and openly firing. Ladies and gentlemen, I have Prakash, my colleague, joining me on the phone line. Prakash, this is a big breaking news that is coming in. RJD leader Tejashwi Yadav has said that he heard shots near his residence. What more are you picking up on this story?
Well, this incident took place early this morning when armed criminals shot at a person called Rahul nearby the residence of leader of opposition Tejashwi Yadav as well as Ashok Chaudhary, the building construction, the rural works department minister in Nitish Kumar cabinet, and the incident took place there. Meanwhile, there's been no casualty that has been reported, but the police has taken cognizance of it and are trying to nab the culprits. Yes, it's a very serious issue since Tejashwi Yadav has tweeted pertaining to the law and order situation in Bihar, and he's been often questioning about it, and we have been reporting various incidences of firing taking place in and around Patna. So, meanwhile, there's been no casualty, but yes, firing did take place, and police is trying to nab the culprits.
Well, absolutely, Prakash. Also, this incident is coming right ahead of Prime Minister Modi's scheduled visit on June 20th to the pole-bound Bihar. In fact, this incident of firing was reported in Bihar's Patna near the residence of the RJD leader. What more can you tell us? Has the security been heightened and is there any sort of evidence that the police might have picked up?
Yes, police has picked up the name of the culprit and also the person on whom the bullet was fired. But as of now, we are trying to gauge the veracity as well as whether the police has arrested anybody or not. So far, the police has not been able to arrest anyone. But the CCTV footage in the nearby area does show that the firing did take place. Back to you.
Well, absolutely. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the big story that we are tracking at this hour. RJD leader has claimed that he heard fire shots near his residence. In fact, this incident comes right ahead of Prime Minister Narendra Modi's scheduled visit on June 20th to the pole-bound Bihar. In fact, this incident of firing was reported at One Polo Road in Bihar's Patna, near the residence of RJD leader and party founder Lalu Prasad's son Tejashwi Yadav. Now, the police reached the spot and an investigation is currently underway. But as my colleague pointed out, police is investigating the situation, is investigating the case, and the arrests are yet to be made. Further details, while awaited, the incident comes right ahead of Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit to the pole-bound Bihar.
Remember, ladies and gentlemen, RJD leader Tejashwi Yadav has claimed that there was firing outside his residence. The RJD leader said that in the demonic rule, quote-unquote, demonic rule of NDA, the morale of the criminals protected by the government is so high that in the high security zone at a short distance from the governor's residence, Raj Bhavan, chief minister's residence, leader of the opposition's residence, judge's residence and the airport, the dreaded criminals are roaming around and openly firing. This is a big statement coming in by the RJD leader Tejashwi Yadav. He has claimed that there was firing outside his residence, and in fact this incident comes right ahead of Prime Minister Modi's scheduled visit to pole-bound Bihar. He's set to visit on June 20th. I'm being joined by JDU's Rajiv Ranjan on the phone line. Rajiv, this is a big breaking news that is coming in. Tejashwi Yadav has said that he heard firing shots outside his residence, and he has claimed that this is in fact the criminals in fact are being given a free run. What more can you tell us?
The person you are.
While we'll try to reconnect with Rajiv Ranjan, because this is the big story that we are tracking. This is a developing story. In fact, the incident has come right ahead of Prime Minister Narendra Modi's scheduled visit to the pole-bound Bihar on June 20th, where the RJD leader Tejashwi Yadav has claimed that there was firing outside at one polo road near the residence of Tejashwi Yadav. In fact, police has reached the spot and an investigation is currently underway. What we're coming to know is that there aren't any arrests that have been made so far, but the police is currently investigating the case. The RJD leader has in fact given out a big statement. He has said that in the demonic rule of NDA, ladies and gentlemen, another big story that we are tracking. Justice Yashwant Varma probe report cache was recovered burnt and cache was removed. At least 10 witnesses examined by the panel acknowledged having seen some of these burnt or half-burnt currency notes. Investigation reports indicts Justice Yashwant Varma. In fact, a 60-page report by a panel investigating allegations against Justice Yashwant Varma has concluded that the cache was found in the storeroom of his official residence at 30 Tughlaq Crescent, New Delhi. The panel determined that access to the storeroom was within the control of Justice Varma and his family members. And in fact, there is strong inferential evidence that suggests that the burnt cache was removed from the storeroom during early hours of March 15, 2025. I'm being joined by executive editor Ridham Bhardwaj. Ridham, there are some damning allegations that are coming forward. There are some damning evidence that are coming to the fore when it comes to Justice Yashwant Varma. In fact, they are also suggesting that there might have been some evidence tampering. What more can you tell us?
Well, let's tell our viewers this is a 64-page report in which Justice Varma has been indicted by the committee of the 3 judges. Why this is so clear, and we're also joined by guests, I'm also joined by Shambhavi and Akanksha here, is because this panel report is very clear. It not only says that Justice Varma did not try and do anything to ensure or give them any verdict or any proof about what happened, but the findings are, number 1, the burnt notes were seen. Number 2, he failed to show or give any explanation as to why there was cash in the storeroom. Number 3, it says that this storeroom had access only by Justice Varma and his family. Number 4, it says that the trusted staff of Varma tried to remove the cash on the night of 15th March 2025. It also gives out an observation that there is a breach of public trust and property expected at the high constitutional office held by Justice Varma. Number 6, it says there was no attempt made to help at any time. And it also says it rubbishes the conspiracy theories that have been given out by Justice Varma, saying it's impossible for currency to be planted in the storeroom, especially of a sitting judge, which is being monitored by a static 1+4 guard in a PSO station. So all the details that were given out by Justice Varma, and he was trying to give them out in his pretentious arrogance, have now been spoken about by the by this three-house in-house committee and refused to go down. But finally, the panel says the very existence of judicial office is founded upon the trust of the citizens at large. The quality and quantity of the trust is relatable to the behavior, conduct, and performance demonstrated by the judge, not only inside but also outside the courtroom. Any deficiency erodes public trust, which ought to be viewed extremely stringently. I'm also now on this debate joined by my guests. We also have my guests who are joining us on this, and I want to go across to you. I want to go across to my reporters who are holding up the report here. The president of the Oudh High Court Bar Association, also currently with us, Mr. Ripu Daman Shahi. Mr. Ripu Daman Shahi, I remember when this report had come out, we were the only channel to go so strongly against Justice Varma. You had made your stand clear. He needed to step down. He shouldn't have been a part of any Allahabad High Court or the judiciary at that time. What are your thoughts today? Do you think it's time only an FIR should be there? Or this person who's caused disgrace to the judiciary as a whole should finally be stepping down?
The first one to break this story, but I may again remind that I was the first person to come on the air to say that no confidence motion is not going to be passed by the parliament for the reason of different considerations adopted by the different political party. And now today the position is that the no confidence motion is not going to be passed by the member of parliament.
I think it's also so simplistic, Mr. Ripu Daman Shahi. I also spoke a short while ago to Anil Tiwari. A lot of you had gone to the Supreme Court Chief Justice. In fact, Mr. Tiwari, long life, you're joining us. I was just talking about you. I've spoken to you roughly half an hour ago, sir, when you were talking about what action needs to be taken. Justice Varma has not been seen. This report is there. FIR has still not been filed. It's very clear that there was cash in the storeroom. It's also now clear that this cash belonged to Justice Varma. Only his family members and his staff were allowed to go inside there. He can't lie anymore. He's giving out conspiracy theories. No one is buying it. An impeachment motion is around the corner. But is impeachment too little? Should there not be more punishment? You were the first person to say we don't expect and accept him as a dustbin to be brought back. Allahabad High Court is not a dustbin that you will send Justice Varma here.
Okay, firstly, I will say that this channel is very bold channel, and you have supported our cause. For that, I congratulate your channel. I am very thankful to your channel. My concern is not Justice Varma. Mr. Shahi will also agree that our concern is not Justice Varma. Our concern is public faith in judicial system. Yes. And Justice Varma has caused such a great damage to the democracy of this country that he should be penalized immediately. FIR should be lodged against him. I don't know whether impeachment motion will be passed or not. Mr. Shah is absolutely correct. Different political considerations. You see, one man in the entire lawyer community, one man, Mr. Kapil Sibal, is loudly supporting Justice Varma. I will say that Mr. Kapil Sibal is also damaging the democratic system of this country when he supports Yashwant Varma. Yashwant Varma is a person who should not be allowed even for a second to sit on the chair of a judge. Immediately FIR should be lodged. Because you see the contents of the report, now we are getting information and knowledge and about this report from the channel. Whether government is not responsible for the public. I am requesting the government to release this report immediately in public domain so that public can see what are the grounds why Mr. Varma is not resigning. And now why Mr. Varma is not resigning, my answer is that he is buying the time because he knows he knows the defect of the system. Defect of the system is since last 70 years, 5 motions were moved. But not a single motion succeeded. You see the travesty of the justice. See how these judges are above the public. How these judges are. This system has made them so strong that Mr. Verma knows the system. He is buying the time because he was aware probably impeachment may not succeed. But let him face the trial. Let him face the trial. Trial should be immediately started. FIR should immediately be lodged so that police may investigate the matter and judicial system may examine it by trying Mr. Verma.
I also want to ask you, Mr. Tiwari, you have very specifically said the former Supreme Court Bar Association head, senior lawyer, senior legal Kapil Sibal, he's the one who's only supporting right now, as we are seeing, Justice Yashwant Varma. He says he wants the government, in fact, we warn you, impeachment proceedings cannot happen against Justice Varma. Why is Kapil Sibal so adamantly, fervently, supporting Justice Varma? I think President of the Audh High Court Bar Association, Ripu Damashai, also wants to come in and answer this, and then Anil Tiwari, sir, I'll come back to you.
You see, Mr. Kapil Sibal was the president of Supreme Court Bar Association. His first duty is towards the litigants. His first duty is to save the judicial system. His first duty is to save the public faith in judicial system. Apex Court President is supporting Justice Varma for no cause, only because of his interest and political intention. Nothing else. He has no material at all. And that is why I am asking him, why he is supporting. He is causing damage to the democracy of this country.
Ripu Daman Shahi also wants to make in a point here. Yes, sir.
मैं श्री अनिल तिवारी जी जो हमारे बड़े वरिष्ठ अधिवक्ता हैं, इनकी अनुमति से एक बात शेयर करना चाहता हूं मीडिया से। तिवारी जी अनुमति दीजिए तो शेयर करूं।
अरे सर, आप बिल्कुल आप बहुत बोल्ड आदमी हैं, आप बहुत फर्म, आपने जो साथ दिया है वो इस कॉज में वो इतिहास में लिखा जाएगा।
तिवारी जी की अनुमति से एक बात शेयर करना चाहता हूं। ऑनरेबल जस्टिस संजीव खन्ना साहब जब हम लोगों से मिले सुप्रीम कोर्ट में, और वहां पर 5 सीनियर जजेस थे सुप्रीम कोर्ट कॉलेजियम के, तो उन्होंने बहुत स्पष्ट शब्दों में हम लोगों को बताया कि कपिल सिब्बल साहब ने मना किया था कि हमसे ना मिला जाए। तिवारी जी सही
कहा आपने, बिल्कुल सही बात।
क्या कहा था कपिल सिब्बल ने, सर? कैन यू प्लीज रिपीट इट?
सुप्रीम कोर्ट के चीफ जस्टिस को, जो संजीव खन्ना साहब थे, उनसे कहा था कि ये जो डेलीगेशन आया है इससे मत मिलिए,
बिग ब्रेकिंग,
और इसको इग्नोर करिए। और हम लोगों को मिलवाने का जिम्मा भी कपिल सिब्बल ने ले रखा था। कपिल सिब्बल, हम लोगों को इकट्ठा होना था, कपिल सिब्बल साहब हम लोगों को संजीव खन्ना साहब से मिलवाते, और कपिल सिब्बल साहब हम लोगों को टहला रहे थे पूरे दिल्ली में। ये हम लोगों के साथ के जो हमारे साथ के जो त्रिवेदी साहब थे, वहां पर गुजरात बार एसोसिएशन के जो प्रेसिडेंट थे, यशवंत सिन्हा जो केरला बार एसोसिएशन के प्रेसिडेंट थे, जो रेड्डी साहब थे कर्नाटक बार एसोसिएशन के प्रेसिडेंट थे, उन लोगों के प्रभाव के चलते हम लोगों को स्पेशल टाइम संजीव खन्ना साहब ने दिया, तब हम लोगों की मुलाकात हुई। और हम लोगों को कहते हैं कि जो आदमी हम लोगों की मिलवाने की व्यवस्था कर रहा था, वही पूरे सिस्टम को और पूरी मीटिंग को डिरेल कर रहा था, वो कपिल सिब्बल थे। मैंने तिवारी जी से अनुमति मांग ली है। इस बहुत ही गंभीर बात मैं बोल रहा हूं कि कपिल सिब्बल जो कि हम लोगों को मिलवाने, क्योंकि कपिल सिब्बल साहब SCBA के प्रेसिडेंट थे, तो उनकी ड्यूटी भी थी, हम लोगों की अपेक्षा भी थी कि कपिल सिब्बल साहब ही हम लोगों को मिलवाएंगे चीफ जस्टिस ऑफ इंडिया से। और कपिल सिब्बल साहब रेलवे के चूहे की तरह अंदर अंदर बोरा काट रहे थे। पूरे देश को मालूम होना चाहिए।
Mr. Tiwari, did you also speak to Mr. Sibal? Had he told you that he is the one who's going to make you meet the Chief Justice?
कर रहे थे। मैं बोल रहा हूँ, यह बात जो आदमी बोल रहा है नेशनल चैनल पर, वो कोई आदमी हल्का फुल्का नहीं है। वो अवध बार एसोसिएशन का प्रेसिडेंट है, रिपु दमन शाही उसका नाम है। वो बोल रहा है चैनल पर कि कपिल सिब्बल साहब जिसके जिम्मे हमें मिलवाना था संजीव खन्ना साहब से, वो साहब संजीव खन्ना से कह रहे थे इन लोगों से मत मिलिए, ये बेकार आदमी है सब, जो पूरे देश के अवध बार एसोसिएशन के और सारे बार एसोसिएशन के प्रेसिडेंट, और अनिल तिवारी साहब इतने क्रांतिकारी आदमी जो हम लोगों को लीड कर रहे थे, ये लोग बेवकूफ हैं। कपिल सिब्बल साहब बहुत चालाक आदमी हैं। उनकी बुद्धि वो दे रहे थे। और संजीव खन्ना साहब ने बड़े दर्द और दुख से बताया कि ये इतिहास का काला दिन होता कि अगर हम आपसे न मिलते। और हमने सिर्फ अनिल तिवारी साहब जो हमारे भाई हैं, इनकी अनुमति ले ली है। मुझे और किसी से लेना लादना नहीं है, मुझे कुछ चाहिए नहीं। मैं जीवन के 63वें साल में प्रवेश कर चुका हूं। मुझे न किसी से मुकदमे में फेवर चाहिए, न मुझे कोई संपत्ति चाहिए। और आज मैं देश के सामने बोल रहा हूं कि कपिल सिब्बल साहब ने हम लोगों के मीटिंग को डिरेल करने की कोशिश की। और हम लोग सिर्फ ब्रजेश त्रिवेदी जो वहाँ के बार एसोसिएशन गुजरात के प्रेसिडेंट हैं, और यशवंत सिन्हा जो केरला बार एसोसिएशन के प्रेसिडेंट हैं, और जो रेड्डी साहब जो कर्नाटक बार एसोसिएशन के प्रेसिडेंट हैं, उनके प्रभाव के नाते हम लोगों की मीटिंग संभव हुई। और हम लोग संजीव खन्ना और 5 कॉलेजियम के सीनियर जजेस से मिल पाए और अपनी बात कहे। और आज जो कुछ भी कार्रवाई यशवंत वर्मा के खिलाफ हुई, उसके लिए मैं संजीव खन्ना साहब को बधाई देता हूं। इसमें सरकार की कोई भूमिका नहीं है। ये बीजेपी सरकार इसमें पूरी तरह फेल है। ये कहीं से भी
कार्यक्रम Shahi, you are making a very explosive charge against the former Supreme Court Bar Association Chief Kapil Sibal. We've seen he's against the government when the impeachment proceeding is on. Mr. Tiwari, did Kapil Sibal meet the Bar Associations? Were you also a part of this Bar Associations when you come to Delhi? Did he also give you and say the same things to you that I will not be moving, I will be helping you?
I am conscious about my delegation, but
what Mr. Shahi has said is absolutely correct.
I have taken permission of my brother Anil Tiwari.
One at a time, sir. One at a time. Mr. Tiwari, the question to you, and then I go back to Mr.
Taken permission from Anil Tiwari ji, who was a member of that delegation. Anil Tiwari has permitted me. Thereafter, I have disclosed all these things.
Sure, sure. You were actually heading it. Go ahead, Mr. Tiwari.
मैं आपको बताऊं, हम लोग की प्लानिंग ये थी कि सिब्बल साहब के घर 9:30 बजे हम लोग सुबह जाएंगे। सारे लोग वहां पहुंचे, 1-2 लोग पहुंचे। मैं जब पहुंचा तो कपिल सिब्बल साहब अपने घर से गाड़ी से निकल रहे थे, मुझसे उनकी मुलाकात नहीं हो पाई। जब हम लोगों ने कॉलेजियम में मुलाकात की तो जो मिस्टर शाही ने बताया वो सारी बातें कॉलेजियम के द्वारा हम लोगों को पता चली। दिस इज करेक्ट।
What did former Chief Justice of India, Justice Khanna, tell you when you met him? Did he also say that Kapil Sibal had told him not to meet you?
मैं आपसे बता रहा हूं कि जो बात मिस्टर शाही कह रहे हैं, बहुत जिम्मेदार आदमी है। ही इज एब्सोल्युटली करेक्ट। जो वहां डेलिब्रेशंस हुए उसमें ये बातें आई थी।
Ripu Daman Shahi, you have said that he tried to delay the meeting. What did Kapil Sibal, when you were in that meeting, zara hame properly bataiye, when you went and met former Chief Justice of India, Justice Khanna first, what did Justice Khanna tell you when you met him?
मैंने आपको बताया Kapil Sibal was not part of the delegation.
Justice Khanna in no uncertain terms told us that we were cautioned not to meet the delegation, and it would be a black day in the judiciary had not we met you, had not we allowed you a meeting for this purpose. I have said after taking permission from my brother, Mr. Anil Tiwari sahab, because he was a member of that delegation, and I was conscious that if I have not taken the permission from Anil Tiwari ji, I would have a guilty conscience. But I am very much confident that Anil Tiwari would permit me because he can share my anguish on this point.
Mr. Ripu Daman Shahi, the former Chief Justice of, I'm also joined by Vivek Reddy, the Karnataka High Court Bar Association head. He was also a part of this delegation that had come to meet the Supreme Court in Delhi. Greetings to all of you exchanging smiles here. But a very serious allegation, Mr. Vivek Reddy, we are hearing right now. Mr. Ripu Daman Shahi is now telling us the inside details about what former Chief Justice of India, Justice Khanna, had told all of you when you went to meet them. Kapil Sibal had in fact tried to dissuade him from meeting you. First, I ask you, Mr. Ripu Daman Shahi, why would Kapil Sibal, as the Supreme Court Bar Association head, do it? What was the motive behind this?
Kapil Sibal is an advocate. He is a successful advocate, and he is doing advocacy from the side of Mr. यशवंत वर्मा. हम लोग नेता हैं, हम हैं, तिवारी जी हैं, ये लोग फटेहाल नेता हैं. तिवारी जी तो कहते हैं वहां पर, इनको क्या बोलते हैं तिवारी जी आपको? अवघड़. तिवारी जी अवघड़ है और मैं अवघड़ नंबर 2 हूं. तो हम लोगों को चिंता है. कपिल सिब्बल साहब बेवकूफ नहीं है जो इतनी बड़े जसवंत वर्मा साहब की यहाँ बोरों में नोट मिली थी, तो बोरे वाले के साथ जाएंगे कि झोले वाले के साथ जाएंगे कपिल सिब्बल? हम लोग झोले वाले थे ना. अनिल तिवारी एक झोला लेके गए थे, हम एक झोला लेके गए थे, यशवंत वर्मा एक झोला लाए थे, ब्रजेश त्रिवेदी एक झोला लाए थे, एक झोली जो है रेड्डी साहब लाए थे कर्नाटक से. तो ये झोले वालों के साथ उनको नहीं होना था, उनको बोरे वालों के साथ होना था. और आज के डेट में बोरा जिसके यहाँ बोरे में रुपया बरामद हुआ था उसका साथ देना था उनको ना, जैसे कपिल सिब्बल साहब को.
आपका इशारा है कि कपिल सिब्बल वांटेड टू सपोर्ट जस्टिस यशवंत वर्मा.
यस. देखिए हम बताएं आपको, इस चीजों को बोलने के लिए मुझे तकलीफ हो रही है. मैं एक संस्था का हेड हूँ, बार एसोसिएशन का प्रेसिडेंट हूँ, मुझे इतनी हल्की बातें नहीं करनी चाहिए. लेकिन जब मुझे लग रहा है कि देश के पार्लियामेंट में भी ये पास होने नहीं जा रहा है, तो इतिहास मुझे कभी माफ नहीं करेगा कि मैंने क्या महसूस किया सुप्रीम कोर्ट के कोलेजियम के सामने, चीफ जस्टिस के सामने. अगर मैं देश को ये नहीं बता पाया तो मैं खुद को कभी माफ नहीं कर पाऊंगा. मैं बताना चाहता हूं कि जुडिशियरी में सुप्रीम कोर्ट के कंडक्ट पर कोई सवाल नहीं है, जस्टिस खन्ना के कंडक्ट पर सवाल नहीं है. सुप्रीम कोर्ट इस मामले को लेकर बहुत गंभीर था. इस मामले को लेकर के न तो केंद्र सरकार गंभीर है, न तो पार्लियामेंट गंभीर है. वो यशवंत वर्मा को कोई भी, देखिए जैसे आप होती है सत्यनारायण की कथा, उसमें लिखा जाता है कि सत्यनारायण की कथा में जो बनिया था उसका दामाद जो था, उसके लोगों ने पूजा पाठ नहीं किया तो दामाद की उसकी जो मृत्यु हो गई. और बाद में जब
सर आई वांट टू स्टिक, आप बिल्कुल सही कह रहे हैं. आई आल्सो जस्ट वांट टू सर्व फॉर 1 minute get in Mr. Vivek Reddy, the Karnataka High Court Bar Association head. Mr. Reddy, you were a part of this entire delegation that went to visit former Chief Justice of India, Justice Khanna. What did you hear him say about Kapil Sibal's role, and did Kapil Sibal promise all of you that he would, entertain you, make sure that you would all visit the Supreme Court Chief Justice, and then, like is shockingly now being known, that he in fact was trying to dissuade former Chief Justice from meeting all of you?
Well, I greet my friends. Actually, that day morning, I went to Mr. Kapil Sibal and told him that a delegation of presidents had come and that we would like to meet the Chief Justice. He said he will make his efforts. To be fair to him, he said he'll make his efforts. That was the position in the morning. And he said, I don't know whether the Chief Justice will actually meet you, but I'll try and make my efforts. And I do not know what exactly transpired, but the six of us, the 6 presidents who went that day, we met the Chief Justice's secretary. And we said that you have to meet us because this is something that concerns the nation. And corruption is the most serious issue that is plaguing the judiciary today. So therefore, we have to meet the Chief Justice and we have to bring out our opinions to him. And the Chief Justice of India, I'm really glad all of us, Mr. Tiwari and Mr. Shahi will agree. The Chief Justice of India, in fact, called the other members of the collegium judges, and he met us and discussed with us, and it was a very open debate or discussion that we had. He was willing to consider all our points of view, but he assured us one thing, that this will be taken to the logical end and there will be a very fair investigation. I do not know that thereafter what transpired, because I'm not privy to it or I do not have any knowledge about Mr. Kapil Sibal's involvement in anything or whether he went into that issue or not. But what has happened is, Mr. Tiwari and all of us will agree, Mr. Shahi will agree. Today what has happened is that unfortunately, one part of this investigation which finds Mr. Yashwant Varma guilty has taken it to its logical end and they have proposed to impeach him. But the other part, The part which we and Mr. Tiwari are fighting for, Mr. Shahi are fighting for, and many presidents in India are fighting for, the advocates in India are asking for is that why not the law be moved against him like any ordinary person? Once the Supreme Court finds that he is guilty, if he is qualified to be referable to impeachment, then why not an FIR be lodged? What is he?
Yes.
How is he so special?
Yes, and you know why? Why I keep getting this back to. I want to also now ask Mr. Tiwari this question. Mr. Tiwari, you know why I bring this back to Kapil Sibal? Because I remember his words when he was outside the parliament, where he said, "I am one."
Can you roll? Well, in fact, we have a breaking news coming in right now. An incident of firing was reported at One Polo Road in Bihar's Patna near the residence of RJD leader and party founder Lalu Prasad Yadav's son Tejashwi Yadav. The incident, in fact, came just ahead of Prime Minister Modi's visit on June 20th, that is tomorrow, to the poll-bound Bihar. This is the latest that we are getting for you. Fire shots were heard outside the residence of Tejashwi Yadav. So, the incident of firing was reported at One Polo Road in Bihar's Patna is what we are learning. This was near the residence of RJD leader and party founder Lalu Prasad's son Tejashwi Yadav, and this just comes ahead of Prime Minister's visit there. There you can see the visuals of that incident there on the screen, the chaos outside the residence of Tejashwi Yadav when this happened. Several reactions have also come in from different leaders of Bihar. It remains to be seen who was the person behind the firing. Those details are still awaited and also the investigation has started in this entire incident. But very concerning news that is coming in from Bihar's Patna, where this incident of firing was reported near the residence of Tejashwi Yadav. In fact, we have a report from the ground there. Have a look.
क्यों चली है पता
ये नहीं पता लगा कुछ।
किसने किस पर चलाया?
यही कौशल नगर का एक लड़का था, वही
जोर से बोलिएगा।
कौशल नगर का एक लड़का था, वही बोला कि हमारे ऊपर कोई आया, पीछे से गोली चला दिया।
जिस लड़के पर गोली चली उससे बात हुई आपकी?
हाँ, बात हुई।
राहुल नाम का कोई व्यक्ति?
राहुल नाम।
क्या करता है वो?
बोला कि डॉक्टर के यहाँ हम काम करते हैं, डॉक्टर के पास रहते हैं। ड्राइवर यही तो बात बताया।
अच्छा, तो ड्राइवर पर क्यों गोली चलाया? क्या
ये नहीं पता लगा।
बताया कुछ दुश्मनी थी?
ये नहीं बताया था, कुछ अभी नहीं बताया। थाना पर गया, बोला कि हम उन्हें स्पष्ट करेंगे, इसलिए यही तो
चलाने वाले को पहचान रहा है वो?
नहीं पहचाना, मुँह ढके हुए था।
मुँह ढके हुए था। अच्छा, तो क्या आपको क्या लगता है, ये तो ड्राइवर पर गोली चलाया मतलब क्या केवल पैसा छीनने के लिए चलाया या ऐसे कोई और मामला?
नहीं, ये तो नहीं पता लग सका है अभी तक कि काहे के लिए गोली चलाया है।
अभी किसी की गिरफ्तारी नहीं?
गिरफ्तारी नहीं।
ये यहाँ पर जो आई तो ये दिखाइए हमको जगह सा बुलेट तो
अभी तो हम अभी किए हैं।
बुलेट जो मार्क है
तो है वहाँ पे है वहाँ पे दिखा जाना, हम देखें क्या हम क्या।
बुलेट मार्क जो है, बुलेट मार्क है, इससे क्या प्रतीत होता है बुलेट मार्क से?
अब ये तो हम क्या बताएं कि मैंने तो चला है बोले इसको।
बुलेट मार्क से क्या प्रतीत होता है ये कि 2 बुलेट था या 4 बुलेट था?
1 बुलेट मिला है।
कितना खोखा मिला है?
1 मिला है, 1 ही बुलेट मिला है।
1 मिला है?
1 ही मिला है।
तो बुलेट आप लोग ले गए, तो देसी पिस्टल था या?
ये नहीं पता लगा, तो फिसल की टीम आई है, अपना काम करके गई।
अपराधियों को आप गिरफ्तार कर रहे हैं?
हाँ, लगे हुए हैं।
यहाँ पर हाई सिक्योरिटी जोन है, इधर जज का घर है, इधर तेजस्वी यादव का घर है पीछे में, और
बगल में कौशल नगर गांव है। यहाँ से आना जाना लोगों का लगा हुआ है।
तो ये कौशल नगर गांव के ही?
हाँ, वहीं के लड़का है वो।
वहीं का लड़का है, जो अपराधी भी है वहीं।
to another story, breaking news that we're getting in as far as Iran-Israel conflict is concerned. The Israeli Air Force has released a new video showing how military production site of Iranian regime were also attacked by them, including the factories for producing raw materials, components used to assemble ballistic missiles, and sites for creating Iranian air defense system and missiles. Israel has also said that air defense batteries, missile storage site, radars and detection means of the Iran regime were destroyed from the air. And remember, this comes after Israel was targeted by Iranian missile strike with several hits. Among them was the main hospital in southern Israel. So these are the visuals that we are getting in as far as the attack by Israel is concerned. IDF has in fact released these details, saying that they have attacked the military production sites of Iranian regime, including the factories for producing raw materials, components used to assemble the missiles. And this is happening on the 7th day of the conflict between the two nations. They have been attack and counter-attack in the last 7 days. In the last 12 hours, in fact, Iran has targeted the largest hospital of Israel, that is in southern Israel. And after that, the health minister of Israel had said that this is a war crime. Now, Israel says that they have attacked several factories which were used to produce the raw material, components to assemble ballistic missiles, and site for creating the air defense system as well. So on the focus of Israel is the, as in the last 7 days, we have seen the nuclear facilities, the air defense system. Video after video of the destruction of air defense system is something that has come to the fore. Now look at these visuals on your screen. It is from the hospital that was hit by Iran just earlier today. This is the main hospital, and what we are learning is that several people have also received injuries. School and also several residential buildings have also been destroyed in Israel in the last 12 hours. As we have been reporting, that the health minister of Israel has said that this is a war crime by Israel. All right, we have another breaking news coming in. We are now learning that Iran has carried out multiple strikes in the Israeli city of Holon, where a hospital, school and residential area was targeted, and the visuals of that you can see on the screen. Multiple strikes on Israeli cities where a hospital, a prominent hospital, a major hospital there, a school and the residential areas have been targeted. We've been speaking to several people there on the ground, and they are saying that several civilian areas have been attacked by Iran in the last 7 days. Several civilians have received injuries. Several people have lost their lives as well. On the other side, Israel says that they have only targeted the nuclear facilities, the air defense system of Iran, but this is something that we can see in the last 7 days, attack and counter-attack that has been going on. And these are the visuals of the building in Israel that was attacked earlier today by Iran, along with a school and a very prominent hospital there, which has received a lot of damage. Several people have in fact been rushed to several hospitals in that vicinity for treatment. All right, so these are the visuals coming in from Israel, where we can see that these buildings have received damage after a missile attack on them. Not just the residential area and these buildings, but also the school and the prominent hospital. We've been showing you the visuals of the shattered buildings. Right there on the screen, you can see these are the visuals of the largest hospital in Israel that has been hit by Iran. And people in panic there, running here and there. Shattered glasses and shattered building is something that we can see on the screen right there.
אנשים, תראו את האנשים, תראו את האנשים. תראו, פה נפל הטיל. תראו את גבול הברזים, תראו את האנשים, תראו את האנשים.
מה זה?
And ladies and gentlemen, as the sirens continue to pierce the skies over Tel Aviv, civilian lives in the city has been turned upside down. Schools are shut, businesses are operating in crisis mode, and families are spending nights in bomb shelters. The one bustling street of Israel commercial capital are now marked by fear, uncertainty and a constant readiness for the next strike. We bring you this exclusive ground report showing how residents have had to flee the places they call home, while buildings in one busy town now stands deserted. Have a look.
In Israel, in Tel Aviv, and you can see that now it is closed. Nobody can go inside. Here are the residents of this area, and they are trying to understand where should they go after they have been evacuated, because as you can see, everything is destroyed. You can see inside the buildings, this was an apartment of somebody. It is completely devastated. As the house, you can see here inside, the devastation is immersing. Everything is completely destroyed. Windows are broken, also some of the walls. All the stuff inside of the houses, apartments, also burned, destroyed. You can see how much of the destruction caused just one missile from Iran. And here usually used to live young people, Israelis that are coming from all around the country because they want to live in this amazing non-stop city of Tel Aviv next to the beach. The beach is just a few minutes walk from here, the Mediterranean Sea, but now this site is completely destroyed. Nothing could survive this blast of Iranian ballistic missile. You can see the destruction, all of those buildings, in each of them there are many apartments, many people lived here, and everything is destroyed. You can see here there are balloons with gas that also could explode, and if it explodes, then the damage will be, of course, much higher. And the buildings here completely destroyed. You can see it yourself. And then now the municipality of Tel Aviv would need to destroy those buildings and build the new ones. And here I'm standing on the place where the ballistic missile from Iran actually hit. It hit now this parking lot, but the shock wave destroyed everything in a radius of hundreds of meters. You can see the impact of this blast. And if those kind of rockets hit the buildings themselves, then of course nothing can survive inside the building and not next to it. This is a residential area. There are no military targets here. There are nothing here except of people that are living here, their life, innocent people that have nothing to do with this conflict between Iran and Israel. Maybe the target of the rocket was this building, because inside at least used to be the consulate of the United States of America and some of the offices of the Embassy of America. And actually the impact of this blast also hit a little bit even the embassy, which is hundreds of meters from here, the main building of the embassy. And you can see the impact. It is just unbelievable. Now I'm standing on the floor, on the ground, under which used to be a construction of an underground metro station, and that's why Israeli security forces, rescue forces, told me that all of this place can collapse because of the impact of the blast. And this is just one neighborhood that was almost completely destroyed, and there are many more neighborhoods like this one, residential areas that also were the targets of the Iranian ballistic missiles, and in all of those places there are a lot of destruction. People are killed, injured, and all of their homes and stuff is lost, as you can see here behind me.
Now look at these visuals. These visuals are from the Soroka Medical Center in southern Israel, where Iranian missiles are hit. And this is in fact what we're learning is this is the hospital, a largest hospital of Israel, and a significant damage and extensive damage was caused there. In fact, these are the visuals from when that attack happened, and these are the exclusive visuals that we are getting for you. We also showed you the visuals of hospital staff running through smoke-filled corridors, glass shattered everywhere, but these are the visuals of when that attack happened just earlier today.
הלך סורוקה, בראש שלי משלי הלך סורוקה עליי טיל מי בונה? הלך סורוקה, בראש שלי משלי הלך סורוקה עליי טיל מי בונה? הלך סורוקה, בראש שלי משלי הלך סורוקה עליי טיל מי בונה? הלך סורוקה, בראש שלי משלי הלך סורוקה עליי טיל.
And with this, we're taking a very short break. After this break, we'll tell you more about the missile striking the Soroka hospital in Israel, where IDF soldiers were undergoing treatment. We'll also tell you about the Delhi to Leh flight, which made an emergency landing at the Delhi airport after it reported technical snag. This and much more on the other side. Stay with us.
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुलें तो जी लल जाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
आसम मुनीर इस्लामाबाद के कातिल, इस्लामाबाद के कातिल, वो कातिल पाकिस्तानी के कातिल, पाकिस्तानी के कातिल।
Shame on you, Asim Munir! Shame on you, Asim Munir! Shame on you! Civilian supremacy in Pakistan! Shame on you, Asim Munir! Gidar, gidar, gidar! Shame on you, Asim Munir! Shame on you, Asim Munir! Shame, shame, shame! Shame on you, Asim Munir!
We are here to welcome Asim Munir. This is Washington Four Seasons Hotel. And this is telling him what he has done to Pakistan. Pakistan will rise, inshallah. Asim Munir, you can hide. You're in the second basement, down underneath, and people are here to hunt you.
Civilian supremacy in Pakistan! Shame on you! Shame on you! Shame on you, bastard! Shame on you! Shame on you! Shame on you! Dictator! Shame on you, dictator! Shame on you! Shame on you! आ गया ऐसे खलोता है हरामजादा। हाँ I have freedom. I'm on the pavement. You are there. This is not your property. I'm standing here. That's your property. This is public property.
राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप के आग्रह पर आज दोनों
On prime time, we're not just reading the news, we are leading it with responsibility. Every night, we're asking tough questions, breaking the biggest stories, and setting the national agenda. At Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how to front the news with confidence, clarity, and conviction. RSJ Diploma begins June 30th. Your prime time starts here.
आपकी फेवरेट हुंडई कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की। तो जल्दी चले आओ हुंडई शोरूम।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
आसम मुनीर इस्लामाबाद के कातिल, इस्लामाबाद के कातिल, वो कातिल पाकिस्तानी के कातिल, पाकिस्तानी के कातिल।
Shame on you, Asim Munir! Shame on you, Asim Munir! Shame on you! Civilian supremacy in Pakistan! Shame on you, Asim Munir! Gidar, gidar, gidar! Shame on you, Asim Munir! Shame on you, Asim Munir! Shame, shame, shame! Shame on you, Asim Munir!
We are here to welcome Asim Munir. This is Washington Four Seasons Hotel. And this is telling him what he has done to Pakistan. Pakistan will rise, inshallah. Asim Munir, you can hide. You're in the second basement, down underneath, and people are here to hunt you.
Civilian supremacy in Pakistan! Shame on you! Shame on you! Shame on you, bastard! Shame on you! Shame on you! Shame on you! Dictator! Shame on you, dictator! Shame on you! Shame on you! आ गया ऐसे खलोता है हरामजादा। हाँ I have freedom. I am on the pavement. You are there. This is not your property. I'm standing here. That's your property. This is public property.
राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप के आग्रह पर आज दोनों लीडर्स की फोन पर बात हुई। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप को स्पष्ट रूप से कहा कि 22 अप्रैल के बाद भारत ने आतंकवाद के खिलाफ कार्रवाई करने का अपना दृढ़ संकल्प पूरी दुनिया को बता दिया था। भारत ने यह भी स्पष्ट कर दिया था कि पाकिस्तान की गोली का जवाब भारत गोले से देगा। 9 मई की रात को उपराष्ट्रपति वांस ने प्रधानमंत्री मोदी को फोन किया था। उपराष्ट्रपति वांस ने कहा था कि पाकिस्तान भारत पर बड़ा हमला कर सकता है। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने उन्हें साफ शब्दों में बताया था कि यदि ऐसा होता है तो भारत पाकिस्तान को उससे भी बड़ा जवाब देगा।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Very good afternoon, viewers. You're watching Live and Breaking, and I'm Rakshita Mishra with you, viewers. Republic TV closely tracking all the latest developments from West Asia as the war between Iran and Israel is on the boil. Iran has hit a hospital in Israel. Meanwhile, Israel also conducts airstrikes in Arak. We will get you ground reports from Israel. First, the headlines. Donald Trump meets Asim Munir in Washington, D.C. He claims he was influential in stopping the India-Pakistan conflict. Iranian missile strikes Soroka hospital in Beersheba in Israel, where the IDF soldiers undergoing treatment. "60 Israeli fighter jets strike 20 Iranian military and nuclear weapons sites across Tehran." Another emergency landing. Now Delhi to Delhi flight makes an emergency landing in Delhi airport after it reports technical snag. Damning revelations come to fore in judicial scandal case. Probe reveals that cash was recovered from Justice Varma's house and the burnt cash was also removed. And voting underway for polls to 5 assembly seats in 4 states: Kerala, Punjab, Gujarat and West Bengal. Results on the 23rd of June. Viewers, we are getting an update. Iran has carried out multiple strikes in the Israeli city of Holon, where a hospital, a school and another residential area was targeted. Remember, in this hospital that has been targeted in Beersheba of Israel, the Israeli Defense Forces personnel, the Israeli Defense Force personnel were being treated. And there you have visuals from Holon. You can see that that building that has been completely damaged, that has been destroyed. The residential apartment has been completely devastated in this Iranian missile strike. Not just that, a hospital treating Israeli soldiers has also been targeted by Iran. And not just that, a school, viewers, in Holon has also been on target of Iran. And in the latest, we have that Benjamin Netanyahu and also other top ministers from Israel have vowed revenge, saying that Iran will not be spared for what they have done, as they target a hospital, they target a school, they target the civilian areas, the residential areas. And this is the moment of attack. You can see the largest hospital there in southern Israel has been targeted. In this, you can see the way the chaos unfolded after the attack. The hospital has been targeted in this Iranian attack in Beersheba. You can see the visuals from inside and outside the hospital as well. Nick Colleton, my colleague, joins us live in the broadcast from Tel Aviv of Israel. Now, Nick, we see that Iran has gone on to target into the interiors of these residential areas like Holon City, a school, a hospital, and also we see that a residential building has been struck by the Iranian missiles. Benjamin Netanyahu says that we will not spare Iran for this.
Yes, that's correct. I'm now at one of the places where one of the Iranian ballistic rockets hit. This is a business center and residential center in the center of Tel Aviv, next to Tel Aviv. This is the center of Israel, and this place called Ramat Gan. It is called the stock exchange, the diamond stock exchange of Israel. And the Iranians, they are targeting, once again, residential buildings and also business buildings. Today, tens of thousands of people supposed to come to this area to work because Israel is the restrictions just yesterday evening. So today in the morning, all the people were supposed to come to the work here. And as you can see here behind me, there are a lot of buildings. And this was the target of the Iranian attack this time. But just by fortune, because the attack was in the morning around 7 a.m., it was just a bit before people are actually going to the work. And because of that, the tragedy is not so big as it could be. And you can see here behind me, all of this is residential area, business area. There are no any kind of military targets here whatsoever, even not close. And unfortunately, the Iranians, they are targeting these places. And if you will watch now behind me, I can show you more or less where was the target, where the missile hit. You can see here behind me, there was the impact of the missile, and see the huge building here was impacted by the blast and evacuated. And now the authorities need to assess if it's safe enough to come back there. And also those buildings were infected. Here you can see a residential area, a residential building, which is also almost completely destroyed. Back to you.
Right, just stay on with us, Nick. We also have Ariella Rosenthal joining us from Ashdod of Israel. Now, Ariella, we see that how it's a targeted attack from Iran as they target the defense forces where they're being treated. Also, the residential areas, even the schools have not been spared. Meanwhile, we see that Israel has also hit Arak. That is also very important to understand. It produces plutonium, what we understand. You know, it's a heavy water reactor. So what is the report coming in as far as this strike from Israel is concerned, as Israel also vows revenge and the destabilization of the Iranian regime?
Well, once again, as you see in this ongoing armed conflict, Israel is strictly converting and hurting the law of armed conflict and conducting precise strikes on military objectives while trying to minimize collateral harm to civilians. This, of course, is contrary to what we see from Iran. Iran launches indiscriminated barbaric missile attacks against Israel, deliberately targeting Israeli civilians. Once again, what we saw this morning on the attack on central Israel and also on the hospital in Soroka, they targeted elderly people, children, sick people, vulnerable people. They are not differentiating. They just launching missiles on civilian population centers and areas throughout Israel. And this, of course, has caused lots and lots of devastating arrests and to property. Until yesterday, we had 24 civilians that were killed. There was one Ukrainian family where they came from Ukraine to Israel. There was a child that was going through cancer treatment, and they were hit by Iranian missile. And unfortunately, this is again a proof that this is Iran that will obtain nuclear weapons accompanied by massive ballistic missiles is a threat not only to Israel, to the Middle East, but to the whole world. And we, from my perspective, must finish the job and finish with the head of the snake.
Well, finishing the head of the snake, as you said, what's really in store right now? Because there are a lot of speculations, Nick, about the Iranian regime, because we've seen time and again, the Israeli leadership has made it clear that, the Supreme Leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, is not out of limits. He also hit back at Trump yesterday. We saw what Khamenei said and warned of irreparable damage as well. But right now, as we see that the Iranian strikes are only getting deeper and deeper into Israel, and the civilians are not also spared here. Where do you think it's going? Because when we talk about cutting off the head of the snake here,
I see more and more clues from the Israeli authorities, from the Prime Minister, from the Minister of Defense of Israel, and also from Trump, that they are all hinting that the head of Iran, the so-called Supreme Leader, is not so safe. Now maybe he's hiding in a bunker, but he could be the next target, as well as other heads of terror organizations, like he's a friend from Hezbollah, who was eliminated, the head of Hezbollah, by Israel, and he was inside of the bunker, by the way. The same happened to the head of Hamas and to one of the leaders of the Houthis. So maybe Khomeini of Iran will be the next one, because Israel understands this is the only way the dictators understand. They understand power. And I think this, what you see behind me, it is the desperation of Iran. They understand that they can't do nothing. So that's why they are targeting civilians, residential buildings, office buildings. They knew that today people are coming back to the work, and that's why they try to kill as much as possible Israelis. And you can see they can't strike military targets, so they are striking innocent civilians.
Yes. Nick, in fact, we have, just stay on with us. I'll go across to you again. But right now we have visuals coming in from Holon city. More visuals coming in of the trail of destruction after the Iranian missile strikes on your screen, viewers. Iranian ballistic missile hit the hospital, the largest hospital there in southern Israel. And there you have in the aftermath, the scenes in the aftermath of from outside the hospital, Iran targeting hospital where the defense forces of Israel, the personnel, the soldiers, Israeli soldiers were being treated. And also they hit school, they also hit a residential building as well. These are visuals from Holon in Israel. All right, I'll go back to my colleague Nick. I think he's... okay, this is another visual coming in. You can see the aftermath of the Iranian strike. You can see this, building that has been damaged and how these are the residential buildings, schools, hospitals. They're all being damaged in this Iranian strike. The Iranians have been hitting Israel with the ballistic missiles. And this is the aftermath of that, and there are injuries have also been reported from these strikes. And now we have some more breaking news coming in. The Israeli Air Force has released a new video showing how military production sites of the Iranian regime have also been attacked, and that includes the factories producing raw materials, components used to assemble ballistic missiles, and sites for creating Iranian air defense systems and missiles. Israel has also said that air defense batteries, missile storage sites, radars, and detection means of the Iranian regime have been destroyed. Remember, this comes after Israel was targeted by the Iranian missile strikes with several hits. Among them was the Soroka hospital in Beersheba, and visuals of Israeli strike there. How Iran has hit the military production site. There you have the target there. This is a video released by Israeli air. And this is, of course, how Israelis have been intercepting the barrage of drones coming in from Iran. And before that, we showed you how military production sites have also been hit. So this is an entire operation to, in fact, decimate Iranian defense systems and their ballistic missiles as well. And this is another video, courtesy Israel Defense Forces, of course, how they have also struck how Israel has struck Iranian missile launch pads as well, striking all the launch pads and also all the military production units. And this is, of course, as we were talking about, the radars and also the assembling, the components that are used to assemble these ballistic missiles that have been struck, the sites for creating the defense system and missiles have all been targeted. All right, there you have Israel Iron Dome also intercepting the missiles over Tel Aviv. This has been now going on for almost a week now, viewers, for the 4 to 5 days, more than that. In fact, we've seen how this firefighting in the skies have continued. We've seen Tehran being targeted as well, and we've seen some areas in Tel Aviv also suffering some damage. But you see today what happened. This is a video that was released again by Iran, making a big claim that they have arrested a Mossad agent, and that was a dramatic sequence. In fact, we have Dan Pfefferman, former IDF major, joining us from Tel Aviv now. Dan, you were earlier telling us that you also were in one of the affected areas. And Dan, what is the situation right now? Because we clearly understand that the Iranians have targeted the defense forces, the hospital where they were being treated. But not just that, they've also targeted the schools and the residential buildings.
Yeah, we're seeing continued Iranian attempts to strike civilian infrastructure with the thin and flimsy excuse that it's somehow military infrastructure. And if you look at Iranian TV propaganda and kind of their paid internet trolls, they're circulating pictures online of residential buildings hosting fighter jets and tanks in the parking garages or all sorts of nonsense. And then they circulated pictures of this hospital with military personnel. Of course, there are military personnel in the hospital. They receive treatment there just as everyone else. But that is no excuse to strike a civilian hospital. This is a very difficult escalation. Each one of these missiles has that manages to break through our air defenses has tremendous, devastating impact, and almost everything the Iranians have fired is hitting civilian areas. These are civilian buildings, residential buildings, schools, and now they struck a major hospital.
Dan, also to understand that how the hospital has been targeted, but at the same time Israel is also continuing to target the military facilities as well. In the latest, they've also hit the Arak water facility as well, the water reactor facility. That's also very crucial. However, Iran, of course, they are claiming that there's not much damage that has happened. There's no radiation. But what is the significance of that? Because Israel continues with its operations in those, trying to, completely paralyze the nuclear program of Iran.
Yeah, Israel is continuing apace with its plans to target nuclear infrastructure, missile infrastructure, and regime buildings that allow this regime to control the country and to manage it. The nuclear program is not just the sites in Natanz and Arak and Fordo. It's a number of installations and factories and different components that all come together. At the end of the day, there are also scientists that were taken out, nuclear scientists, of course. So Israel is working to break apart the entire complex chain that allows Iran to put together all the various components of a nuclear program and the missile capacity to then send them towards Israel, towards any other enemy of Iran. And as the week has gone by, Israel has what seems to be a very clear list of targets that are going after this and are taking out as much as Israel can, piece by piece. Last night, it was the heavy water, part of the heavy water reactor at Arak. That is part of Iran's plutonium trap, which has never been the method in which we assessed Iran.
Okay, we have some breaking news coming in right now. This is another news that is connected with the flight operations. Air India has said that there is a flight to Goa that has been delayed. Air India Express flight to Goa delayed due to a technical snag. Another technical snag that has been reported, viewers. Air India Express flight delayed after a technical snag. And this is a Mumbai to Goa flight 1040 that has been delayed, and technical snag has been cited as the reason behind this delay. So Air India Express flight to Goa delayed due to technical snag. And of course, the Air India has been reporting. There are other airlines also reporting, but we've seen the maximum number of delays, the technical snag that have been reported from Air India. And this is the latest news, where Air India flight delayed twice today, and the passengers are stuck, passengers are stranded. And this is an Air India Express flight to Goa, Mumbai to Goa, that has been delayed. It's flight 1040 delayed due to a technical snag. The express flight scheduled to depart at 10:40 first got delayed by 1 hour, then due to technical snag flight has further got delayed. The new departure time not yet confirmed to the passengers, and they are right now left in the lurch because there is no information as to when is the new time of departure. Harsha joins us on the broadcast for more. Harsha, well, we see another delay of an Air India flight. This is an Air India Express flight that has been delayed, and passengers reportedly have no idea when is the next departure time.
Yes, Rakshita rightly pointed out, there's an Air India Express flight from Mumbai to Goa, which was scheduled to departure at 10:40 a.m. in the morning from Mumbai to its destination to Goa, but yet not it has been departed. We have got to know that earlier this particular flight was delayed to 1 hour, but after 1 hour it kept on delaying, and it was told by the crew members there at the airport to the passengers that there was some technical snag. The ground team is fixing that, the line check team is fixing that, and after that the airline will
will depart for Goa, but yet the airline has not been departed. The technical snag has yet not been fixed. We are getting to know that what will be the further right time of departure now, the delayed time of departure, what it will be, it is yet not conveyed to passengers. So this is yet another incident of technical snag which has been reported in Air India aircraft. Continuously Air India and Air India Express aircrafts are continuously going through serious technical snag which is being reported every day. Yesterday in total it was 3 Air India flights, and today since morning this is our first Air India Express flight where technical snag has been reported. Back to you.
Right, so there's no statement also yet, what we understand. There's no official statement also from Air India, what we understand on this. Harsha.
So Rakshita, we can see this as a pattern of Air India. Since now they know that every day the airline is experiencing and reporting technical snag, so now they have completely stopped giving the press statement or the media statement out telling what is the exact situation of the aircraft, when it will delay, when the substitute flight will be arranged for passengers. They have completely stopped. Until and unless the media persons will not ask about the statement themselves, they are not going to report about the delay or about the cancellation of the flight. I believe that they would have informed DGCA, but yet not. We have got the information that regulatory body has been informed about this delay of the aircraft or not. Back to you.
Right, thanks so much, Harsha, for joining us with those updates coming in. Viewers, so another Air India flight has been delayed, and there's no information yet to the passengers as to when is this flight going to finally take off next. Viewers, we have another report that we are tracking for you. Canadian intelligence report confirms that Khalistanis are using Canada as a base to promote violence in India. And this report acknowledged that Khalistani elements have sought to use violent means to establish an independent nation state in India. Here's more. Canada's intelligence agency has finally acknowledged India's concerns regarding activities of the extremist Khalistani group on Canadian soil. In an annual threat assessment report, the CSIS noted that violent elements linked to the Khalistan movement remain active in Canada. The report reveals that Khalistanis using Canada as a base to promote violence in India. It acknowledges that these elements seek to use violent means to establish an independent nation state, Khalistan. This acknowledgement validates India's long-standing concerns about Canada's role as a safe haven for anti-India elements. The report was published after Prime Minister Modi attended G7 summit in Canada and held a bilateral meeting with Canadian counterpart Mark Carney. Time for a short break, but we'll get you the latest. There's another flight that has made an emergency landing today. It was Indigo flight. Delhi to Leh flight makes an emergency landing in Delhi airport due to technical snag. And voting underway for by-post to F5 assembly seats in 4 states: Kerala, Punjab, Gujarat and West Bengal. Results on the 23rd of June.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
How do you want to be done?
I have seen it, what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, urgency, courage, responsibilities. At Republic School of Journalism, you'll be trained for that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning inside a working newsroom from the day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Course begins on June 30th. Apply now.
Donald Trump meets Asim Munir in Washington, D.C., claims he was influential in stopping the India-Pakistan conflict. Iranian missile strikes Soroka hospital in Beersheba in Israel, where the IDF soldiers were undergoing treatment. 60 Israeli fighter jets strike 20 Iranian military and nuclear weapon sites across Tehran. Delhi to Leh flight makes an emergency landing in Delhi airport after it reports technical snag. Damning revelations come to fore in the Judicial scandal case. Probe reveals that cash recovered from Justice Varma's residence, burnt cash, was also removed. Voting underway for by-polls to 5 assembly seats in 4 states, Kerala, Punjab, Gujarat and West Bengal. Results on the 23rd of June. Hey, good afternoon, viewers. You're watching live and breaking. I'm Rashta with you. Now, Air India flight from Delhi to Bhubaneswar that was scheduled to depart at 6 a.m. has rejected takeoff today due to a technical snag. Now, the aircraft returned to the bay, and this is another flight that was delayed today. Air India Delhi to Bhubaneswar flight returning due to tech issue. Air India flight AI 473 from Delhi to Bhubaneswar. It was supposed to take off at 6 and it rejected takeoff. Now, Harsha, while we see that just one after the other, that such technical snags have been reported from Air India flights, this one also is a case in point. What more details do you have on this?
So Rakshita, this another Air India flight. Just few minutes back, we reported about Air India Express and this Air India flight AI 473, which was Bhubaneswar bound from Delhi, but it departed 4 hours delay. The flight was scheduled for 6 in the morning, but because of the technical snag, it took almost 4 hours for flight to depart. It departed at around 10:18 a.m. from Delhi and reached Bhubaneswar at 12:15. So you imagine the passengers who were supposed to reach at around 8 o'clock in the morning in Bhubaneswar, they landed at 12:15 p.m. 12:15 afternoon in Bhubaneswar, and that too because of a technical snag. The major concern is there is no stop to the technical snag being reported in the Air India or Air India Express aircraft. Rakshita, the truth is hidden behind all these technical snags. Whether Air India and Express was hiding all these technical snags earlier, and now when the Air India airline is under immense scrutiny, now they are reporting each and every small technical snag to the regulatory body, and that's how the news is also coming out. And the passengers are also putting it on social media platform. Earlier they used to hide about technical snags. There was no reporting of technical snag, but now even the small delay of the takeoff, even the cancellations, even the rescheduling, everything is coming to know because of the regulatory body.
Yes.
Every small snags is being reported. Earlier, if Air India would have done this, then they would have rectified or fixed many technical snags in the aircraft, which they didn't do earlier, and now they are doing it after they are in the scrutiny. Back to you.
Stay on with us, Harsha, because we are sharing with our viewers, for all those tuning in viewers, there was another flight that was delayed by an hour today. The express flight scheduled to depart at 10:40 first got delayed by an hour. Then due to technical snag, the flight was further delayed, and the new departure time is yet to be confirmed to the passengers. So, you know, Harsha, it's just adding to the agony of the passengers. First, the technical snag that has been reported, and then there is a delay, and then the passengers don't even know. I mean, there's a problem in the communication also.
And that's what Air India has to improve from their side. The communication is so bad from the side of the ground team, from the side of the staff of the Air India, whether the ones who are at the counter, the ones who are at the terminal. No one communicates to the passenger the right information. Exactly what is going to happen. There's no message which is given to the passengers. There's no communication which happens, and that leads to more frustration to the passengers. And that yesterday also led to the breaking of the interiors in the aircraft of Air India, because the passengers were frustrated because of the delay, because of continuous boarding and deboarding, the snags not being checked by the line checks at the time of the takeoff, during the time when it's at the isolation bay or when it's at the tarmac. No checks are being done, or the checks are being done just to fulfill the duty and put up in the log sheets. And this is what Air India has to rectify very seriously if they want to gain the trust of passengers once again, which right now seems to have deviated completely. Back to you.
Thanks so much, Harsha, for joining us with those details coming in, viewers. So one after the other, there is a cancellation of flights that are being reported. We'll keep a close eye as there is more turbulence in the aviation sector. Now we shift our focus, viewers, to other stories that we are tracking for you. The US President Donald Trump has praised Pakistani Army Chief Asim Munir for his role in preventing an escalation of conflict between India and Pakistan, as he hosted Munir for a lunch at the White House, viewers. This is, remember, Donald Trump praising the mastermind of Pahalgam terror attack. The lunch meeting was the first time a US president had hosted this, and we've seen that how Pakistan has Trump in fact is looking for Asim Munir's support or a peace prize prospects. We have reaction from Donald Trump on that. Listen in.
In your meeting today with the Chief of Staff of the Pakistani Army, did you talk about Iran? Did that come up? Is there anything you can share from that meeting?
Yeah. Well, they know Iran very well, better than most. And they're not happy about anything. It's not that they're bad with Israel. They know them both, actually, but they're probably, maybe they know Iran better. But they see what's going on, and he agreed with me. The reason I had him here, I wanted to thank him for not going into the war, just ending the war. And I want to thank, as you know, Prime Minister Modi just left, just a little while ago, just left, and we're working a trade deal with India. We're working a trade deal with Pakistan, and they were both here. But I was with Modi a few weeks ago. He was here, actually. But now we speak to him, and I'm so happy. There was a deal that two smart people, plus, you know, they have people on their staff too, but two smart people, two very smart people decided not to keep going with that war. That could have been a nuclear war. Those are two nuclear powers, big ones, big nuclear powers, and they decided that. So I was honored to meet him today.
Remember, ladies and gentlemen, it was just weeks ago that Asim Munir, right before the Pahalgam terror attack, has spewed venom against India. So is Donald Trump going to back him? Is Donald Trump backing his the venomous speech? Does he stand by the failed marshal, that is Asim Munir, because he seems to be in awe of him? Listen to what Asim Munir had said.
Well, our forefathers, they thought that we are different from the Hindus in every possible aspect of life. Our religion is different. Our customs are different. Our traditions are different. Our thoughts are different. Our ambitions are different. That was the foundation of the two-nation theory that was laid there. That we are two nations. We are not one nation. So because of that, our forefathers, they struggled, mounted that incessant struggle to create this country. Our forefathers, they have sacrificed immensely, and we have sacrificed a lot for the creation of this country, and we know how to defend it.
He agreed with me. The reason I had him here, I wanted to thank him for not going into the war, just, you know, ending the war. And I want to thank, as you know, Prime Minister Modi just left, just a little while ago, just left, and we're working a trade deal with India. We're working a trade deal with Pakistan, and they were both here. But I was with Modi a few weeks ago. He was here, actually. But now we speak to him, and I'm so happy. There was a deal that two smart people, plus, you know, they have people on their staff too, but two smart people, two very smart people decided not to keep going with that war. That could have been a nuclear war. Those are two nuclear powers, big ones, big nuclear powers, and they decided that. So I was honored to meet him today.
To White House spokesperson Anna Kelly, Pakistan Army Chief Asim Munir has recommended Donald Trump for the Nobel Peace Prize for his role in preventing a nuclear war between India and Pakistan last month. Now, this is the same Trump viewers who had said, and his time again says that how US stands against terrorism, there's no tolerance for terrorism. He talks about the infiltrators in his own country, and he will not tolerate terrorists at all. And today it's the same Donald Trump who is backing the man who organized the Pahalgam terror attack.
Addressed a summit of more than 50 Arab and Muslim leaders, a unique meeting in the history of nations, where key players in the region agreed to stop supporting terrorism, whether it be financial, military, or even moral support.
He agreed with me. The reason I had him here, I wanted to thank him for not going into the war, just, you know, ending the war. And I want to thank, as you know, Prime Minister Modi just left, just a little while ago. Just left, and we're working a trade deal with India. We're working a trade deal with Pakistan, and they were both here. But I was with Modi a few weeks ago. He was here, actually. But now we speak to him, and I'm so happy. There was a deal that two smart people, plus, you know, they have people on their staff too, but two smart people, two very smart people decided not to keep going with that war. That could have been a nuclear war. Those are two nuclear powers, big ones, big nuclear powers, and they decided that. So I was honored to meet him today.
Time for a short break. Viewers, back to the latest updates coming in from West Asia. Iranian missiles striking a Soroka hospital in Israel, where the IDF soldiers are undergoing treatment. Other residential areas also hit. And the 60 Israeli fighter jets strike 20 Iranian military and nuclear weapon sites across Tehran. We'll get you more of that statement.
बिबल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ गुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
आसम मुनीर इस्लामाबाद का कातिल, इस्लामाबाद का कातिल, वो कातिल पाकिस्तानी के कातिल, पाकिस्तानी के कातिल। Shame on you, Asim Munir! Shame on you, Asim Munir! Shame on you! Civilian supremacy in Pakistan! Shame on you, Asim Munir! Gidar, gidar, gidar! Shame on you, Asim Munir! Shame on you, Asim Munir! Shame, shame, shame! Shame on you, Asim Munir! We are here to welcome Asim Munir. This is Washington Four Seasons Hotel, and this is telling him what he has done to Pakistan. Pakistan will rise, inshallah. Asim Munir, you can hide. You're in the second basement, down underneath, and people are here to hunt you. Civilian supremacy in Pakistan! Shame on you! Shame on you! Shame on you, bastard! Shame on you! Shame on you! Shame on you! Dictator! Shame on you, dictator! Shame on you! आ गया ऐसे खलोता है हरामजादा। हाँ I have freedom. I am on the pavement. You are there. This is not your property. I'm standing here. That's your property. This is public property.
राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप के आग्रह पर आज दोनों लीडर्स की फोन पर बात हुई। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप को स्पष्ट रूप से कहा कि 22 अप्रैल के बाद भारत ने आतंकवाद के खिलाफ कार्रवाई करने का अपना दृढ़ संकल्प पूरी दुनिया को बता दिया था। भारत ने यह भी स्पष्ट कर दिया था कि पाकिस्तान की गोली का जवाब भारत गोले से देगा। 9 मई की रात को उपराष्ट्रपति वांस ने प्रधानमंत्री मोदी को फोन किया था। उपराष्ट्रपति वांस ने कहा था कि पाकिस्तान भारत पर बड़ा हमला कर सकता है। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने उन्हें साफ शब्दों में बताया था कि यदि ऐसा होता है तो भारत पाकिस्तान को उससे भी बड़ा जवाब देगा।
Welcome back. Now, a group of 110 Indian students who were stranded in Iran and evacuated yesterday landed at Delhi's Indira Gandhi International Airport. Majority of them are from Jammu and Kashmir. Here's more on that.
The students are uniting with their families. They have been evacuated from Iran via Armenia, and this is the time where there is a moment of joy. And yes, the first leg of Operation Sindhu, which has been initiated from the side of the government of India, has already started, and it is a successful one till now. And these are the visuals of the students meeting with their parents at this point in time. Several several students are coming one by one. There are 110 students who have in fact been evacuated. Out of them, nearly 94 Kashmiri students. For students, the government of India did start Operation Sindhu, and in one of the first batches of the students who have come back. What does it feel altogether? You're going to meet your family?
Yeah, we are the first who came back, and we are very thankful to Indian Embassy. They took very great step to rescue us.
How were the preparations from starting from your evacuation from Iran to Armenia, then from your flights to Doha, and then finally in Delhi?
First of all, they took us to Armenia by a bus, and from there we came to Doha, then to India. We are very thankful to India.
Do you stay here only in Delhi?
Yeah, we live in Delhi only.
Do you feel good?
Yes, coming to India is always good.
We are very glad to be here, and thanks to government of India and officials who took care of us in Armenia and हमें घर पे वापस लाया. बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है, बहुत अच्छा.
They did a tremendous job to bring us back here safely. It was good.
What is the situation there, and how does it feel to be one of the persons in the first batch to be evacuated?
In Tehran, it's more intense. In the other cities, not that much right now. So we were comparatively safer there.
And viewers, airlines continue to report technical snag. Now Delhi to Leh flight makes an emergency landing in Delhi airport after it reported a technical issue.
Each night on Prime Time, we don't just bring you the news. We lead it with responsibility, asking the toughest questions, breaking the biggest stories, setting the national agenda. At the Republic School of Journalism, you learn how to front the news with clarity, confidence, and conviction. The RSJ Diploma program begins on the 30th of June. Your Prime Time starts here.
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुलें तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं. विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध. MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा.
How do you want to be done?
A disturbing incident has taken place in Chandigarh's Maloya area, where miscreants engaged in stone pelting, targeting vehicles and wreaking havoc in small flats. Miscreants carried out the vandalism with their faces covered, making it difficult for authorities to identify them. The entire incident was captured on CCTV camera, which is now being reviewed by Chandigarh police. This incident bears resemblance to a recent stone pelting incident in Dadu Majra colony, where 6 youths were booked for blocking roads, pelting stones and threatening bystanders. The authorities have assured a thorough investigation and action against those responsible. All right, viewers, we'll get you more updates on the other side from West Asia as Iran targets an Israeli hospital that was treating the Israeli soldiers. Meanwhile, Israeli fighter jets, 60 Israeli fighter jets strike 20 Iranian military and nuclear weapons sites across Tehran. The firefighting continues. Israel vows revenge for Iranian strikes on hospitals, schools and residential area.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
देगी मिर्च का तड़का अंग अंग फड़का MDH की देगी मिर्च आसम मुनीर इस्लामाबाद का कातिल इस्लामाबाद का कातिल वो कातिल पाकिस्तानी का कातिल Shame on you Asim Munir Shame on you Asim Munir Shame on you Civilian supremacy in Pakistan Shame on you Asim Munir Gidar Shame on you Asim Munir Shame on you Asim Munir Shame on you Asim Munir. We are here to welcome Asim Munir. This is Washington Four Seasons Hotel and this is telling him what he has done to Pakistan. Pakistan will rise, inshallah. Asim Munir, you can hide. You're in the second basement, down underneath, and people are here to hunt you. Civilian supremacy in Pakistan! Shame on you! Shame on you! Shame on you, bastard! Shame on you! Shame on you! Shame on you! Dictator! Shame on you, dictator! Shame on you! Shame on you! आ गया ऐसे खलोता है हरामजादा हाँ I have freedom I'm on the pavement. You are there. This is not your property. I'm standing here. That's your property. This is public property.
राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप के आग्रह पर आज दोनों लीडर्स की फोन पर बात हुई। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप को स्पष्ट रूप से कहा कि 22 अप्रैल के बाद भारत ने आतंकवाद के खिलाफ कार्रवाई करने का अपना दृढ़ संकल्प पूरी दुनिया को बता दिया था। भारत ने यह भी स्पष्ट कर दिया था कि पाकिस्तान की गोली का जवाब भारत गोले से देगा। 9 मई की रात को उपराष्ट्रपति वैंस ने प्रधानमंत्री मोदी को फोन किया था। उपराष्ट्रपति वैंस ने कहा था कि पाकिस्तान भारत पर बड़ा हमला कर सकता है। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने उन्हें साफ शब्दों में बताया था कि यदि ऐसा होता है तो भारत पाकिस्तान को उससे भी बड़ा जवाब देगा।
बिबल में गुलिस्तान की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। बिमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? बिमल बोलो जुबा केसरी।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने। आसम मुनीर इस्लामाबाद का कातिल, इस्लामाबाद का कातिल, वो कातिल पाकिस्तानियों का कातिल, पाकिस्तानियों का कातिल। Shame on you, Asim Munir! Shame on you, Asim Munir! Shame on you! Civilian supremacy in Pakistan! Shame on you, Asim Munir! Gidar, gidar, gidar! Shame on you, Asim Munir! Shame on you, Asim Munir! Shame, shame, shame! Shame on you, Asim Munir! We are here to welcome Asim Munir. This is Washington Four Seasons Hotel. And this is telling him what he has done to Pakistan. Pakistan will rise, inshallah. Asim Munir, you can hide. You're in the second basement, down underneath, and people are here to hunt you. Civilian supremacy in Pakistan! Shame on you! Shame on you! Shame on you, bastard! Shame on you! Shame on you! Shame on you! Dictator! Shame on you, dictator! Shame on you! Shame on you! आगे ऐसे खलोता है हरामजादा। हाँ I have freedom. I'm on the pavement. You are there. This is not your property. I'm standing here. That's your property. This is public property.
राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप के आग्रह पर आज दोनों लीडर्स की फोन पर बात हुई। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप को स्पष्ट रूप से कहा कि 22 अप्रैल के बाद भारत ने आतंकवाद के खिलाफ कार्रवाई करने का अपना दृढ़ संकल्प पूरी दुनिया को बता दिया था। भारत ने यह भी स्पष्ट कर दिया था कि पाकिस्तान की गोली का जवाब भारत गोले से देगा। 9 मई की रात
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
See what's going on, and he agreed with me. Reason I had him here, I wanted to thank him for not going into the war, just ending the war, and I want to thank.
Donald Trump meets Asim Munir in Washington, claims that he was influential in stopping the India-Pakistan conflict. Iranian missiles strike Soroka Hospital in Israel, where IDF soldiers were undergoing treatment. Six Israeli fighter jets strike 20 Iranian military and nuclear weapon sites across Tehran. Delhi to Leh flight makes an emergency landing in Delhi airport after it reported technical snag. Damning revelations are come to the fore in Judicial scandal case. Probe reveals that cash was recovered, burned cash was removed. Voting underway for by-polls to 5 assembly seats in 4 states, Kerala, Punjab, Gujarat and West Bengal. Results on June 23rd. We have a breaking news coming in as far as Air India is concerned. What we're learning is that Air India AI-388 Airbus aircraft Delhi to Vietnam called back to Bay after flying for 1 hour. And internal info says that the aircraft was not fit to fly. Airline took off at 1:45 p.m. So another Air India flight has faced the technical snag. It was made to return to Delhi after it witnessed the technical snag, and internal information says that the aircraft was not fit to fly. Let me go across to my colleague Harsha, who joins us from the DGCA office. Harsha, another incident related to Air India has come to the fore, and this time AI-388, which went back to Delhi after there was a technical snag. Tell us more about this.
So, Akanksha, there's a very serious concern with this particular aircraft, AI-388, Delhi to Vietnam, which is returning back to the bay, because this aircraft is still in air. It is still airborne. It took off for departure at 1:45 p.m. It was supposed to reach in Vietnam at 8:20, but after 1 hour being in air, being mid-air only, the pilot in command of the aircraft informed the ATC that there's some major technical issue in the aircraft, major technical issue. Again and again, the word which has been stated to ATC is the major technical snag in the aircraft. And right now, what through internal sources we have gotten to know is that this particular aircraft was unfit to fly. This was unfit to fly. Still, this aircraft was made to take off for departure from Delhi to Vietnam. And now, after being in airborne for 1 hour, it's returning to Isolation Bay. And now we have got to know what we have seen in the flight radar as well. We have got to know it is still returning back, and it will take another 45 minutes to return back to New Delhi from where it initially took off from. But this is a major concern, because if this aircraft was unfit to fly, why did Air India allow to fly this aircraft, and why it was made to take departure and take off from Delhi? Why the line checks was not done properly? Continuously, Republic has been seeking these questions, that if aircraft line checks are being done before it takes off from any particular destination, then how come when the aircrafts are mid-air, when they they are airborne, at that particular time, technical snags are being reported. Yesterday also, we are continuously posing these questions to Air India that in VTANB also there was 29 snags in the span of 35 days. And again, this Delhi-Vietnam particular aircraft, which was internally stated that it was unfit to fly. That means this aircraft should have been in the MRO or should have been halted or grounded and inspections would have been done. But in this case, there are so many passengers in the aircraft. It is A320 type of the Air India, A320 type of aircraft, AI388, Delhi to Vietnam. There would be more than 150 passengers on board in this aircraft. You imagine life of so many passengers put at risk by taking off this particular aircraft which was unfit to fly. More details are awaited from Air India as yet. They have not shared the details exactly why this aircraft was made to take off, what was actually the technical snag, which was a bigger technical snag, and why it is being said it was unfit to fly. Back to you.
Absolutely. And every day we are seeing different incidents coming to the fore as far as Air India is concerned. Harsha, could you elaborate on what this technical snag was? Why was it unfit to fly?
Some major issues which you're learning is that some major issues in the cockpit, and after being 1 hour in the air, after that only pilot understood that there's some warning signals which the cockpit is continuously giving, and earlier it was not during the time of takeoff. And when the pilot focused on some systems error of the aircraft, at that time he got to know that this seems to be the aircraft which was unfit to fly. That means there would have been some problem with the log sheet, there would have been some problem during the login, during the line checks, which the ground team would not have reported or would not have put in the log sheet. Because this time what's happening is that because in order to maintain the flying hours, Air India is not putting out the actual technical snags. What's the real problem in the machines, in the engine and in the equipment inside and outside the aircraft, and that is the reason technical snags are being reported. They are saying that rectification has been done, test is passed, but again the same aircraft, whenever they are going to any particular destination, the snags are being reported. Repeated snags have been seen in multiple aircraft of Air India. So here in this case, we can clearly understand that there was some major issue.
So now the incident related to Air India has come to the fore. Harsha, keep tracking those details for us. We'll keep coming back to you for more on this. Now we are shifting our focus to the Israel and Iran conflict. Several injured after an Iranian missile hit a high-rise building in Tel Aviv. 16 people is what we are learning are hospitalized. 3 are in critical condition as far as this strike is concerned. So what we're learning is that several people have received injuries after another Iranian missile has hit a high-rise building in Tel Aviv in Israel. In the last 7 days, we have seen multiple buildings getting damaged after back-to-back attack by Iran on the main areas of Tel Aviv. Just early in the day, there was a major attack on the hospital, then schools, and now what we're learning that another high-rise building has been attacked. 16 people are hospitalized, 3 are in critical condition. So today is day 7th of the Iran-Israel conflict, and what we are learning is that the attack and the counter-attack in fact continues. Israel has also said that they have launched attack on several important places across Iran, but as far as Tel Aviv in Israel is concerned, since morning we are witnessing panic in the hospital, in the schools, and several high-rise buildings have also been attacked. We've been getting you visuals of those attacks, in fact of the hospital as well, of the staff there in complete panic. The glasses shattered there as well, and now another attack in Tel Aviv. 16 people hospitalized, 4 have are in critical condition is what we are learning. These are in fact the visuals that we are getting for you as far as that high-rise building is concerned. You can see on the screen severe damage to that building. The teams are there on the spot trying to find if there's any person who's underneath that rubble as well. So very serious situation as far as Israel is concerned. Let me go across to our colleague Nick, who continues to bring us several stories from Israel. Nick, what we're learning is that another high-rise building has been attacked in Tel Aviv area. Tell us more about the situation and what is the on-ground situation as well.
Yeah, that's right. Now you can see here behind me the target of the Iranian ballistic missile, those skyscrapers here behind me. And I was about 100 meters from where actually the missile hit in the morning in another skyscraper, and I could feel how the skyscraper was moving from one side to another. And it is showing you how huge those missiles Iran shooting at residential civilian areas in Israel. Here behind me, this is one of the business centers of Israel, the main stock exchange of diamonds, and tens of thousands of Israelis coming here to work every day, and also many live here. Back to you.
Thank you, Nick, for all the details. We'll keep coming back to you for more on this. In fact, we're getting a reaction from the IDF spokesperson. Let's listen to that first.
Early this morning, an Iranian ballistic missile directly hit the Soroka hospital in Be'er Sheva. This hospital serves over 1 million Israelis, including Bedouins, Jews, Christians, and Arabs alike. Iran targeting civilian centers with ballistic missiles is no surprise for us. They have been openly declaring their desire to destroy the state of Israel for decades now. These aren't just words. Over the past 6 days, Iran has launched over 450 ballistic missiles and hundreds of UAVs. This is exactly why we cannot and we will not allow this regime to obtain nuclear weapons or expand its missile arsenal. And so, we continue our operations, striking Iranian nuclear weapons facilities, missile launchers, and military sites. Iran targets civilians. We target an existential threat that endangers global security. And we will prevail.
In fact, we have another breaking news coming in. What we're learning is that there's a massive escalation in the Israel-Iran conflict. An Iranian missile has slammed into the main hospital in southern Israel. We've been showing you the visuals of the destruction there, the panic there amongst the team of doctors that were present at the hospital. We are learning that several people have received injuries. So this is as far as Iran's strike on the southern Israel hospital, quite a prominent hospital in that area is concerned. There was a loud boom that was witnessed when this attack took place. Then there were visuals of the window scattered, the building completely shattered, and panic. All right, let me go across to my colleague Ratnadeep, who joins us from Tel Aviv. Ratnadeep, we've been seeing attack on the hospital, on the school, on the high-rise buildings as well. Destruction there in Tel Aviv. What are you getting for us from the ground?
I'm in fact in a site which is, if you see, 4.4 to 5 kilometers from central Tel Aviv. And this was one of the sites which had a significant damage with an Iranian missile which fell on this site at 7 o'clock in the morning. And if you see the buildings behind me as well, I will try to show you, most of the buildings are damaged. The citizens are evacuated. You see the police is still working to take out the rubbles, evacuate the cars, if the citizens out there. Some of the roads are closed here completely because one of the schools has been destroyed. A couple of homes have been completely taken down. But most importantly, around me, if you see, most citizens, if you see, are being asked to evacuate right now. Most of the homes around here are completely gone. People are asked, given just a day's notice to leave. And that's what I can see right now in front of me.
Right. So, in fact, we've been showing you the visuals of the panic there at the hospital. In fact, my colleague Ratnadeep also reported from the area where this incident took place, just 5 kilometers away from Tel Aviv. Have a look.
Currently in a residence house in Holon, and you can see the scale of destruction that this house has gone through. You can look up, see above my head, to see the amount of destruction that this house has seen from a nearby rocket that fell right across the street, an Iranian rocket this morning at 7 o'clock. The house is completely destroyed. The citizens have to evacuate from this house and go to another location because it's unlivable. Let me show you some of the visuals from this house at the moment. So this is how the house looks right now. Completely destroyed. There's a bed as well, and you can see how much of the suffering that people have to go through here, because the house here, if you look, everything is destroyed because of the rocket. The rocket fell right across the street there. Right across the street it fell, and currently this entire place is in shambles. The residents, the pets, everybody has to evacuate the house. The windows are gone, and everything around this house is completely destroyed.
Now, the Israeli Air Force has released a new video showing how military production sites of Iranian regime were also attacked, including factories for producing raw material, components used to assemble ballistic missiles, and sites for creating Iranian defense system as well. Israel has also said that the air defense batteries, missile storage sites, radars and detection means of Iranian regime were destroyed from the air. And remember, this comes after Israel was targeted by Iranian missiles, strikes with several hits. Among them was the Soroka hospital, which we just showed you. So as you can see there on the screen, these are the military production sites of Iran that has been hit by Israel. In the last 7 days, we've been seeing the escalation of this conflict between the two nations. Now, Israeli Defense Forces have released a new video that you can see on the screen showing how military production sites were attacked, including the factories for producing the raw material components used to assemble the ballistic missiles and site for creating the air defense systems as well. Big blast there you can see on the screen. That is Israel's big attack on the key areas of Iran, including the military production site. In the last 7 days, Israel has attacked not just the nuclear sites, but different other locations as well. And one you can see on the screen is the military production site there in Iran. So today is day 7 of the Iran-Israel conflict. Let's get you more details on that story. As the Israel-Iran conflict enters its 7th day, President Donald Trump held a Situation Room meeting to discuss the U.S. options. While earlier saying that his patience has already run out with Iran, Trump indicated that he has yet not made a final decision on whether the United States would get involved. Iran's supreme leader has said in a national address that Iran will not surrender and warned that any U.S. military intervention would result in irreparable damage. Israel attacked Iran's Arak heavy water reactor earlier today. As we can see that this is the latest attack on country's nuclear program. There was no radiation danger. The facility had been evacuated and there was no damage done to the civilian areas around this reactor as well. Iranian strikes have hit a high-rise apartment building in Tel Aviv and other sites in central Israel. A separate Iranian missile has also slammed into the main hospital in southern Israel earlier today, wounding people and causing extensive damage. Following this attack, Israeli health minister has said that Iran has crossed a red line by targeting Soroka hospital. The minister called this a war crime committed by the Iranian regime. Israel's ambassador to the United States said on Wednesday that Israel must eliminate not only Iran's ability to make nuclear weapons but also its ability to produce the missiles. Around 100 Indian students have been evacuated from Iran amid Israeli airstrikes. They have arrived back in India on Thursday morning, that is today, from Armenia as part of India's Operation Sindhu. And meanwhile, the IDF has eliminated Mohammad Ahmad Kharis, the commander of Hezbollah's anti-tank unit, in a targeted strike on the group's outpost in southern Lebanon. Kharis was responsible for multiple attacks against Israel during the ongoing conflict, including leading the deadly anti-tank missile strike. The IDF stated that he continued to include himself in the terror activities in the violation of the understanding between Israel and Lebanon. So Israel has killed this person. IDF has struck Hezbollah's anti-tank commander. This is in fact the breaking news that we are getting for you. IDF has eliminated Mohammad Ahmad Kharis. He is said to be the commander of Hezbollah's anti-tank unit. And this was what IDF says is a targeted strike on the Hezbollah commander. For you, Israeli Defense Forces have confirmed Arak nuclear facilities has been targeted. So this is another attack by Israel. The nuclear facility has been targeted in Iran earlier today. This is the Arak nuclear facility that has now been targeted by Israel in the last 7 days. Several key areas have been targeted by Israel, including the nuclear facilities, different facilities across the country, their military posts as well. And now this Arak nuclear facility has been targeted in Iran. Remember, yesterday Israel had requested people in this area of Arak and the adjoining area to evacuate that area because they were going to launch this attack. And now that attack has been done by Israel. What we're learning is that there has been no nuclear leak so far and no death has been caused because of this. So this is a visual of Israel's, in fact, Iran's attack on different parts of Israel is what we're learning. Now, Israel has attacked the Arak nuclear facilities, what we are learning after Israel asked people yesterday to evacuate this area. Now, this crucial nuclear facility has been attacked by Israel as far as this conflict is concerned. And this video has been released by IDF, which shows the attack by Israel on Iran on this very crucial nuclear facility there. In the last 7 days, several such nuclear facilities have been attacked by Israel across the country at different locations, not just the nuclear facilities, but other military posts, top military commanders have been attacked. And now in focus is this Arak nuclear facilities. A day after Israel, in fact, warned people of this area to evacuate as soon as possible. Now this attack has been made. No nuclear leak has been reported so far. No loss of life has also been reported. But this crucial Arak nuclear facility has been attacked. We're taking a very short break. Coming up on the other side, we'll tell you more about this big attack by Israel on Iran on this nuclear facility, a very crucial one in Iran.
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ गुलें तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबां में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
How do you want it done?
United States President Donald Trump hosts Pahlavi mastermind Asim Munir after he backed Nobel Prize bid. No end to Air India technical snags, multiple flights delayed and cancelled, but Air India yet to give answers. Iranian missiles strike Soar hospital in Beersheba in Israel, where IDF soldiers are undergoing treatment. Israel targets Iran's nuclear reactor, releases video evidence of the strike. We start this edition with breaking news coming in, which is in regard with the Israel-Iran conflict, where we learned that the Israel Defense Forces have now confirmed that the Arak nuclear facility has been hit. This comes as a major development as the Israel-Iran conflict has entered day 7th. Now we learned that there are reports which say that the Israeli force bombed Iran's Arak heavy water reactor. This happened in the morning, along with a second strike on the Natanz enrichment facility and dozens of other military sites overnight. The military announcement as An operation aimed at destroying the Iranian nuclear program entered its 7th day. That's the video that you see on your screens of the nuclear facility in Iran. This is the nuclear facility specifically that we're talking about, that Israel claims to have hit after they launched a missile attack. Now, according to the Israel Defense Forces, a wave of overnight strikes involved 40 fighter jets dropping 100 munitions of dozens of Iranian military facilities in Tehran and other areas of Iran. Kruthat, my colleague, is joining me live on the broadcast on that. Kruthat, this comes as a major development. Targeting of nuclear facilities is what being seen is it's a huge escalation again in Israel-Iran conflict. Where do you see this panning out?
Indeed, Tanisha, and it is a very significant target that was selected by the Israelis this time in particular. We saw on the six days ago when the initial preliminary strikes began on nuclear facilities. It was the Natanz nuclear facility, which houses a lot of centrifuges, which is used to enrich uranium in the sense that to synthesize uranium from the raw reserves. Now, what is the significance of the Arak reactor is that it helps with plutonium production. It could, in fact, reach plutonium purity in terms of 60% capacity, which is very close to weapons-grade plutonium, which needs about 90% purity. Now, the interesting part about the Arak nuclear reactor is that as part of the 2015 Iran nuclear deal, this reactor was rendered useless in the sense that it was stopped by the IAEA. The entire reactor core, the nuclear material or the fissile material which was in the reactor, was sent to Russia. The heavy water reactor, which was particularly targeted, helps with cooling down the nuclear core after synthesizing, purified plutonium and other explosive nuclear fissile materials. And this heavy water reactor was later on filled with concrete and it was rendered inoperational. So that is why this was a site that, since the nuclear deal was put in 2015, was not operational. But there were indications that now that the nuclear deal was withdrawn by Trump in 2018, Iran was slowly making progress of reactivating this entire nuclear reactor. In fact, there were reports suggesting that as early as 2026, this heavy water reactor could be again made operational. That would have significantly helped Iran achieve, enrichment of uranium and plutonium-like materials, which could help them then generate enough fissile material to generate a large arsenal of nuclear weapons. That is why now Iran's Arak nuclear reactor has been targeted by the Israeli Defense Forces, and they have released a detailed video of the strategic significance of the Arak nuclear reactor. As we see the visuals on our screen at the moment, this was the reactor, a heavy water reactor, which is used for cooling down these materials, and it is a very crucial part. It was in fact a long-term project for Tehran. It was sanctioned all the way back in 1990s, but no international country was helping Iran make this. In 2003, they started making it, and in 2015, it was rendered inoperable. So there has been a long journey of this Arak nuclear reactor, which now Israelis claim that they have decisively destroyed through their repeated strikes on the reactor. That's the latest that we are tracking on this development.
Absolutely. Kruthat, one more question before I let you go. Now, the Israeli Defense Forces have given out a new statement, and this is again on the targeting of the nuclear facility, where they say, and I quote, this nuclear reactor in Arak was created for one purpose, that is to build a nuclear bomb. How far is that true?
Indeed, as I said earlier as well, that it was a very critical location for enriching plutonium. They had in fact in the past reached up to 60% purity of plutonium at this Arak nuclear facility. It was a heavy water reactor. The technical and scientific aspects, of course, the scientists can explain us better, but what we understand is that this heavy water reactor was used for cooling down this fissile material after it was purified, and it was a very crucial component of the nuclear infrastructure that was developed by Iran over the years. The Natanz province, of course, this facility is about 250 to 300 kilometers away from Tehran in the southern province of Iran, where in the Natanz province there is a centrifuge lab which was also initially targeted, and all the centrifuges were allegedly destroyed by the IDF. However, the IAEA chief, Rafael Grossi, had confirmed just a couple of days ago that there was no damage done particularly to the centrifuges, as this was a facility that was subsurface or underground. Whereas the Arak nuclear reactor is not such. It is on the surface very much, but as I said earlier, it was rendered inoperable as part of the 2015 nuclear deal. The reactor's nuclear core was taken out, which is why, as the forces have rightly said, there is no nuclear leak or fear of radiation leak. What the Israeli Defense Forces have intended to do by this is destroy the reactor's capability to be reactivated, which sources say that it could have been reactivated by as early as 2026. That's the latest that we are tracking on these developments.
Absolutely, Kruthat. Thank you very much for sharing those details. In fact, we're getting in more breaking news coming in at this point in time. Again, in regard with the same story, the International Atomic Energy Agency has confirmed that Iran's Arak heavy water reactor was hit in an airstrike. Now, the reactor was not operational and contained nuclear material. The IAEA says that there has been no radiation risk so far. At present, the agency has no information indicating that the adjacent heavy water plant was also struck. So that's the latest information that we have as far as the nuclear facility targeting is concerned. The International Atomic Energy Agency has now confirmed that yes, Iran's Arak heavy water reactor was hit in an airstrike that was fired by Israel. Now, the reactor, however, was not operational and contained no nuclear material, thereby averting any untoward incident that could have taken place. The International Atomic Energy Agency has also said that there is no radiation risk so far. At present, the agency has no information, however, indicating that the adjacent heavy water plant was also struck. Meanwhile, Republic is the only channel to have first official statement from former Israeli Prime Minister. Hear him out as he appeals to the world and the people of Iran to stand up to a regime who he claims is violent and radical.
I want to be very clear that this is not a war between Israel and the good Iranian people. The Israelis feel for the Iranian people. The Iranian people are under a terrible regime. An old regime, incompetent, corrupt, radical, violent regime that beyond endangering the world is making the lives of the Iranians horrible. I call upon the Iranian people, this is your moment. This is your moment to stand up, to remove the mullahs if you can, and the world will stand behind you. I also want to say this is a moment where if we didn't act now, the cancerous tumor of Iranian nuclear program would be much worse in a year or 2 years. What you see here, 70 buildings that are hit, would have been hit by a nuclear weapon, so we have to act now. And finally, to our friends in other decent-minded countries around the world, we are doing the dirty work for the world. We are the ones who are removing and preventing Iran from going nuclear. We are preventing Iran from being a danger to the world. If we didn't act now, Paris and London and Washington in 2030 would receive a nuclear warhead. So we're not asking anyone to fight for us. We're doing the fight. We're willing to pay the price. We are asking, have our back. Don't criticize us. Back us. We're doing the right thing.
We are now learning that Iran has carried out multiple strikes in Israeli city of Holon, where a hospital, a school and a residential area was targeted. So back-to-back strikes that are happening as a result of tit-for-tat strikes. We learned that a residential area, a school and a hospital has been hit in the Iranian strike. Now remember, the hospital visual that we are showing to you on screen is the largest hospital in southern Israel that has been hit by Iran's missile. Now, Israeli hospital was targeted in an Iranian attack, and this is in Beersheba in the southern Israel. Largest hospital has been hit by Iranian missile. However, no injuries or death have been reported so far. Meanwhile, Republic is also reporting from Holon, the exact spot, the residential area that was targeted by the Iranian missiles today. Take a look.
I'm currently in a residence house in Holon, and you can see the scale of destruction that this house has gone through. You can look up, see above my head to see the amount of destruction that this house has seen from a nearby rocket that fell right across the street, an Iranian rocket this morning at 7 o'clock. The house is completely destroyed. The citizens have to evacuate from this house and go to another location because it's unlivable. Let me show you some of the visuals from this house at the moment. So this is how the house looks right now. Completely destroyed. There's a pet as well, and you can see how much of the suffering that people have to go through here, because the house here, if you look, everything is destroyed because of the rocket. The rocket fell right across the street there. Right across the street it fell, And currently, this entire place is in shambles. The residents, the pets, everybody has to evacuate the house. The windows are gone. And everything around this house is completely destroyed.
All right, we're getting in a statement from Russia where they have finally responded to the United States intervention in the Israel-Iran conflict, where they say that US's intervention in Iran would be a terrible spiral of escalation, is what Russia says. They also say that any intervention by the United States in the Iran-Israel conflict would mark a terrible spiral of escalation. The Interfax news agency quotes Kremlin spokesperson. That's a big breaking news that we're getting in, where Russia has issued a statement on a possible United States intervention in the Israel-Iran conflict, where they say that if the United States intervenes in the conflict, then this will result in a terrible spiral of escalation. Remember, just a few days back, it was Donald Trump who had warned Khamenei, saying that he knows his location, soon after which Iran had also issued a statement. The supreme leader of Iran had issued a statement yesterday where they had said that any escalation from the side of the United States will result in severe consequences. And in regard with the same, today it is Russia that has spoken out, issued a statement on United States possible intervention in the Israel-Iran conflict, where they have said, they have warned, in fact, saying that any US intervention in the ongoing conflict would be a terrible spiral of escalation. Now, ladies and gentlemen, as missile sirens continue to pierce the skies over Tel Aviv, civilian life in the city has been turned upside down. Schools are shut, businesses are operating in crisis mode, and families are spending nights in bomb shelters. The once bustling streets of Israel's commercial capital are now marked by fear, uncertainty, and a constant readiness for the next strike. We bring you an exclusive ground report showing how residents have had to flee the places they once called home, while buildings in once busy towns now stand deserted.
In Israel, in Tel Aviv, and you can see that now it is closed. Nobody can go inside. Here are the residents of this area, and they are trying to understand where should they go after they have been evacuated, because as you can see, everything is destroyed. You can see inside the buildings, this was an apartment of somebody. It is completely devastated. As the house, you can see here inside, the devastation is immersing. Everything is completely destroyed. Windows are broken, also some of the walls. All the stuff inside of the houses, apartments, also burned, destroyed. You can see how much of the destruction caused just one missile from Iran. And here usually used to live young people, Israelis that are coming from all around the country because they want to live in this amazing non-stop city of Tel Aviv, next to the beach. The beach is just a few minutes walk from here, the Mediterranean Sea, but now this site is completely destroyed. Nothing could survive this blast of Iranian ballistic missile. You can see the destruction, all of those buildings, in each of them there are many apartments, many people lived here, and everything is destroyed. You can see here there are balloons with gas that also could explode, and if it explodes, then the damage will be, of course, much higher. And the buildings here completely destroyed. You can see it yourself. And then now the municipality of Tel Aviv would need to destroy those buildings and build the new ones. And here I'm standing on the place where the ballistic missile from Iran actually hit. It hit now this parking lot, but the shock wave destroyed everything in a radius of hundreds of meters, you can see the impact of this blast. And if those kind of rockets hit the buildings themselves, then of course nothing can survive inside the building and not next to it. This is a residential area. There are no military targets here. There are nothing here except of people that are living here, their life, innocent people that have nothing to do with this conflict between Iran and Israel. Maybe the target of the rocket was this building, because inside at least used to be the consulate of the United States of America and some of the offices of the Embassy of America. And actually the impact of this blast also hit a little bit even the embassy, which is hundreds of meters from here, the main building of the embassy. And you can see the impact. It is just unbelievable. Now I'm standing on the floor, on the ground, under which used to be a construction of an underground metro station, and that's why Israeli security forces, rescue forces, told me that all of this place can collapse because of the impact of the blast. And this is just one neighborhood that was almost completely destroyed, and there are many more neighborhoods like this one, residential areas that also were the targets of the Iranian ballistic missiles. And in all of those places there are a lot of destruction. People are killed, injured, and all of their homes and stuff is lost, as you can see here behind me.